Oh, my word, my word, my word. Nobody told me I was on mute. Lord hell, I've been talking 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Nobody told me I was on mute. I was on mute. I'm going to try this again. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, Dawn. Good morning, Hey Jude. Good morning, Janice. Good morning, Deanna. Miss Grace. I love you, Miss Grace. Good morning, Angel Wings. Good morning, Fly Girl. Good morning, Lois. Good morning, Coffee Bar Lady. Hello, Shannon. Hello, everybody coming in. Holly. Holly, love you. Tina, love you all. Miss Ann, Busy Mama. We got R. Taylor. I hope you're doing good, R. Taylor. Nyla, Donna. Let's see, who do we have here? Sebastian's Army. That's right. Sebastian. That's right. That's right. Sebastian's Army will continue till March on till he is brought home. Absolutely 100. Absolutely. Amy. And let's see who else we got here. Sherry Vaughn, hello. Yep, justice for baby Evelyn. Panda Bear's mom, hello. Tina White, hello. Busy Mama, hello. Stephanie, let's see. Don't want to miss anybody. Let's see. Let's see. Kendra, hello. Good morning. Mayberry, good morning to you from Nashville. Yes, my hometown. Good morning. Let's see, Kendra. Let's see, Jess Bell. Good morning. Hello to everybody. I hope everybody is doing well this morning. It has been raining and storming here all night long on this metal roof, so y'all might hear it, and that's fine. It's better than them fireworks yesterday, I guess, that y'all could hear. Angel Wings, good morning. I'm glad you're all here. DJ, Jamie, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Let's hope this baby Evelyn, this beautiful baby on my screen, gets justice. Let's hope it is served and it comes in today. I wanted to come on here early. I do have some videos that I am going to show today, and I come across something last night. We'll be listening back and forth probably to it today. So let's just hope justice is done. Now, I was saying, Miss Grace, I know Miss Grace is in here. Yeah, it's the craziest trial, Miss Grace, I've ever seen, on or off TV or anything else in between. But Miss Grace come to me when her husband was sick. Her husband just passed away about the same time my mom did, so neither of us knew what was going on with each other at the time, but we do talk sometimes. She come to me when her husband was sick, and she's like, she trusts me and Justin, and she, watches us faithfully, and she wanted to be a mod just to have something to do when her husband was sick. And she's like, I don't know much about, I don't care, I hope you don't care if I tell this little story, Miss Grace. She's like, I don't know much about modding, but and I said, oh, Miss Grace, it's fine. And I gave her a wrench, and I love Miss Grace Paris to death. Pray for her, because her husband, did pass away. 50 years. Can you imagine? My goodness. Anyway, I talked to her a little bit last night. She worked under a judge for, correct me if I'm wrong, Miss Grace, about 30 years, I think, maybe more. She retired. Y'all don't bombard her with no questions, please. But what we were talking about was, because some of you, and the only reason I'm saying this is because 31 years, Miss Grace, that's a long time. The only reason I am saying this is because a lot of you questioned this in the chat yesterday, and I think there may not be nothing said yet, but it will be to come, I guarantee you, in the future. That judge was not supposed to mention those people's names. And I told y'all yesterday, no, I didn't think so. They had numbers. He should have been calling them by numbers. Like I told Miss Grace, she said, that is absolutely correct, and it could definitely be a problem. Just like he slept on it the other day, and then he come in yesterday and wanted an acquittal first thing, which he didn't get. But he may sleep on it and then come back in this morning, and there may be a problem because the judge mentioned those names. Well, like I told her, I said he could have got away with it. Yeah, the jury, he mentioned them by first and last name. The first two was alternates. But the problem was, he could have got away with that because they were alternates. But when they come back in last night, when he got ready to dismiss them, there was one that was late, a little bit late, because everybody recognized one was missing. And then he turned around and I'll be damned if he didn't call her by her name. I'll be darned when she come in, he called her. Yeah, use the names. Wasn't you shocked, Angel? So don't be surprised if there's something going to be going on this morning. It may not, but it will probably come into play if there's convictions on her this morning or whenever the convictions come in, because that's a no-no. That's a no-no. He's middle-aged. He's not real. He's not that old. He's not that old. But yeah, if not, Miss Grace said, if not, it will come later. If not, it will come later. Yeah, he's cranky. He is cranky. Listen, I want to point out something else. I don't know if y'all saw this or not, but I swear to God, I have it on my live. I don't know which day it was. It was about 3 days ago. Now, I ain't accusing the man. Y'all know Smiley can be good at accusing or whatever, but I ain't swearing to it. I am swearing to what I saw. I told Miss Grace last night. She said, yeah, she said it happens, but usually behind in the chambers. Believe it or not, I'm telling all the secrets, Miss Grace. But anyway, if y'all don't remember, on Smiley's, you heard it here on Smiley's. I said, y'all just have to go back through. I'm sorry. I ain't going to clip that shit. I don't know where it's at. But I said, holy moly, what is he pulling up from his desk, taking the top off? It looked like a flask, and he took a big old swig of it, put the top back on, and put it back down under his desk. Yep. See, Ray said, it does happen. It does happen. Oh, yes, it does. 31 years. She knows. Now, I ain't saying that judge in particular had that. Hell, he might have, because I said, what did he do? I made the remark. I said, what did he do? Did he have to take a big old swig of Tylenol or something for his head? I swear to God, I said that. Something like that. I made the remark. Yeah, it sure is in there. It sure is. Sure is. So Smiley don't know. Hey. Smiley don't know nothing. Smiley don't know nothing. Hey, Smiley don't know nothing. You heard me say that, didn't you, VA? Smiley don't know nothing. What's Smiley know? Smiley don't know nothing. Yeah, we want justice. Let's hope not. Let's hope not. But anyway, what I want to do is I want to show you a couple of things here. Y'all just keep a watch if they come on. I haven't found court TV even up yet, so I haven't put them up. Smiley knows a lot for not knowing nothing, huh? All right, hold on just a minute. Hold on. Let's see what we got here going on. What do I want to play first? Well, let's watch this one first.
Boswell, the only person who faces any charges in the death of her baby daughter, Evelyn.
Credit to WJHL.
First-degree murder and felony murder. News Channel 11's Ansley Daniel joins us now live from Sullivan County with defense attorney Gene Scott. Ansley?
Yeah, Casey, I'm standing by here with Megan Boswell's attorney, Gene Scott. Thanks so much for taking the time to talk with us right now.
You're glad to.
Well, first off, this morning, a lot of folks were curious as to whether or not Megan Boswell was going to take the stand herself. Talk to me a little bit about why she did not.
We gave it a lot of thought and were at one point leaning toward doing it, but after the medical examiners testified yesterday, I don't feel the state's proved their case, at least it's the cause of death, and we don't feel it was necessary.
And I know that right now jurors are deliberating. So talk to me a little bit about what you hope they're really considering right now and really mulling over inside that jury room.
I hope they're considering all the evidence, but in particular, I hope they're considering the testimony from both medical examiners and the fact of the latex gloves found in the trash can with the child that had male DNA on them.
And I know there's been obviously a lot of talk about Hunter Wood here in this. And this morning, prosecutors brought forth a piece of, paper from the state of Virginia that, talked about his involuntary, commitment to the mental institute there. But let's talk a little bit about why you want his name to, be said in this trial.
I don't think the only reason his name come up was because that's what Megan talked to Brian Fraley about in her interview. So that's why his name is in this trial. That's in evidence. And the thing about that interview is she was, they initially charged her with a false report in that count. They dismissed that count. And so it's our position that her interview with the TBI was truthful.
And let's talk a little bit about that. I know that you did raise a question in the beginning about why she said, that night she gave them that confession, if you will, but they didn't go to the property until a couple of days later.
I don't have an answer to that. I know they had searched the property on the 23rd with cadaver dogs, and maybe that's why they didn't think it was fruitful.
And I know that a lot of folks have been having their eyes on this trial. Talk to me a little bit about what you want people at home to know.
I just want people at home to know that maybe Megan has been painted with the wrong brush. The girl that's sitting in there beside me in the courtroom, she's not the girl that you're seeing on the videos from 5 years ago.
And what do you want people to know about who she is today?
I think she's a nice young woman. I hope she has a full life ahead of her.
All right. Well, Gene Scott, thank you so much. And again, we expect jurors to be deliberating for quite some time as they're mulling over these 19 charges here in Blountville. We're not sure exactly what time they'll call it tonight. If they do, we are expecting them, again, like I said, to continue to mull over this. And of course, we'll continue to keep you updated on air and online. Casey, back to you.
Ainsley Daniel reporting live for us from outside the Sullivan County Courthouse as we continue to track deliberations, and we will do so as they happen and bring you the verdict on air and online on WJHL.com as soon as it becomes available.
But they did get the fingerprints, from where he had past jail records or whatever. But I knew, what did I tell y'all? Because I knew Wild Horses couldn't keep her off that stand. I told you that was going to be the reason. That's why I wanted to hear his interview so bad. I knew that was going to be the reason that he probably was the only one who could talk her off. Now, he knew it was not the right thing for her to get on that stand because she would screw everything up. But I knew she probably wanted to get on that stand, but him telling her, the medical examiner, I bet he got it. That's what he said. And that is what he said. By the medical examiner getting up there, he thought it would be a slam dunk. And that's what he pretty much got in her ear to keep her off the stand. I knew it. I could just tell it, because she's the type, she would have went up there. She wouldn't have gave 10 FUCKS. She wouldn't have cared. Hey, y'all played out. Good morning. All right. So then I want y'all to recall this, the ones that didn't see it. Hello, everyone coming in. Yeah, she's a fireball. She sure is, Miss Grace. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Wait a minute. I don't want y'all to see that one yet. Hold on. All right, hold on just a minute. Let's get Court TV up. Okay. Sorry, I just had to see what was what. Oh my God.
Maybe that's how she's getting by.
Hey, everybody coming in.
You can't judge someone for how they grieve. You don't know what goes through their head. You don't know what they were raised with. I've never lost a child. I hope none of you ever have. But how am I to tell someone when they lose their child how they grieve? How am I to do that? Amber can tell you that. Oh, she shouldn't have went here. She shouldn't have did that. How does she know that? She's not in Megan's shoes. She's not out there living in that single wide trailer. That's not her life.
Really?
She's not been raised by drug addict parents, a dad that beats on her mom constantly, and seen that growing up.
Hey, Dirty Diana.
She's not seen that. She can't put herself in her shoes. It's not fair to say she murdered her child because she didn't grieve right. I resent it.
He resents it.
You should too. You should look at the evidence in this case. Do they prove a cause of death? That's the stopping point on the homicide counts. They can't do it. They brought two medical examiners in here who contradicted each other. The first one at least had read her medical records. The second one talks about how she is perfectly healthy child. She ignored everything in her medical records. She didn't talk about it. It was obvious to me. Should have been obvious to you. She hadn't read them. She didn't care. It was her job to come here and convict Megan Boswell of murder. If you don't believe that, why would she leave here and say, well, she must have been murdered some other way? She was a biased witness, and she wasn't a credible witness. You saw all these pictures she's sending back and forth before that. That's how she's grieving. Maybe she doesn't want to accept that the child is dead. Maybe as long as she keeps talking about it, talking to the media, talking to the police, and saying that everyone is somewhere else, she believes that.
Good morning.
Maybe that's how she's getting by. You can't judge someone for how they grieve. You don't know what goes through their head. You don't know what they were raised with. I've never lost a child. I hope none of you ever have. But how am I to tell someone when they lose their child how they grieve? How am I to do that?
Like kisses.
Amber can tell you that. Oh, she shouldn't have went here. She shouldn't have did that. How does she know that?
I agree, Army vet. They were terrible.
She's not in Megan's shoes. She's not out there living in that single wide trailer. That's not her life. She's not been raised by drug addict parents, a dad that beats on her mom constantly, and seen that growing up. She's not seen that. She can't put herself in her shoes. It's not fair to say she murdered her child because she didn't grieve right. I resent.
See, he's letting his emotions get all in it. But to the jury, how he's screaming, like, that shouldn't have been, that's not going to go over too well with the jury. I just don't think. Hey, Sunny Days. Good morning. Where's Summer 1-800-TBI find? Hello, hello, hello. Now let me get this up. Well, I got it on my phone. Yeah, somebody said Court TV's on. I got that. Hold on. I got it. I just can't put them up both at the same time. I don't know what is going on with my StreamYard. Hold on. Yeah, Court TV's on, but I want to show y'all something else while we're waiting. Okay. They're not, I mean, they're up, but I'm watching it from my phone, y'all. It's okay. It's okay. Now I want to show you. Okay, I want to show y'all this. Credit goes to Unmasked True Crime. I seen a lot of y'all in there last night, but let's go in here. They had a doctor on there. Let's talking about this. Okay.
Through following the Megan Boswell case in trial. This is my co-host as well as my husband, Dr. John Mathias, a criminal psychologist. And this is what we do here at Hidden True Crime. We delve into the hidden motives of unimaginable, unfathomable crimes. And we are going to do that today with Megan Boswell. We are going to unmask and unpack everything we know about Megan Boswell and how, if she did this, we are still waiting for a verdict. If she is found guilty of killing her 12-month-old daughter, 13-month-old daughter, how is that possible? I know, John, that you wanted to start with an interview between Megan and a detective that was played during trial. So we will start with that. Take a listen.
Who's profile picture is that?
Mom.
Alright. I'm gonna read something to you.
Okay.
How's Evelyn? Good. I mean, it's fuck. She hates me. I don't have a child to inform you about, sadly. Not yet.
What? What do you mean I don't have a child to inform you about?
That's what somebody said to you.
Can I see that?
You can. How's Evelyn? Good. Mean as fuck. January 26th.
Okay, what's your point?
Tell me about it.
I didn't want to tell anybody that I didn't know where she was at.
So instead of saying I don't know where she is, you just saying that she's mean as fuck.
Excuse me.
Okay?
God.
That's new information. That's new information. Last night she was the sweetest baby to ever grace this earth. Now she's mean. That's what you said. You said she's a sweet baby. She never cried. Was never a problem. Always take care of her. Now she's mean as fuck. And you need to break. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so I want to lead with that because I often talk about these moments in trial or these moments when if I'm in a jail or a prison interview room with a felon or an inmate. Oftentimes there's these little statements or these little moments that come out that really put everything together. They put everything in the right context, and I think this is one of those moments. This is one of those epiphanal moments that really, I think, can help us understand this crime and maybe even some of the motivations. You know, one interesting thing about this trial is that nobody's really touched on that, the motivations. I mean, it's the crime in and of itself is somewhat vague anyway. It's a little nebulous, and, you know, the defense is playing on that, obviously. But I think this moment in that interview, I think it really helps us, to me at least, it really helps to frame this crime and what happened. And in fact, I can speculate. It'll be speculation, of course, because we don't know exactly what happened, but I could speculate about potentially what I think happened. And so we'll use that moment. We'll use this moment to unpack this situation.
Thank you. For those that are listening on our podcast and might not have been able to see closed captions, the detective is calling Megan Boswell out while her daughter is missing, then referred to as the 15-month-old daughter, Evelyn, and saying that she said this about her daughter, that she is mean as fuck, to quote. to quote Megan. And then she admits to saying that, well, yes, she is mean. She is mean. And it is shocking to hear. We are going to dig deep tonight. John has a lot to say, as he just sort of shared with you. We also are so grateful to have a sponsor for tonight's live hidden hour. So we're going to hear a little message from the sponsor and then get right back to everything John has prepared to discuss about this case.
So,
a busy mom and as a journalist, I need to make every minute count, whether
So
that's
y'all
working
make
or
sure you
creating
go
more family
see
time.
Hidden
And
True Crime.
insomnia, when it comes to that, is not
they
my
had
friend.
a lot
It
of
can
good
throw
stuff over there last
everything
night.
off. When it comes to work,
Um,
I like my alone time before the sun
again, I
is
did
up.
see a
I
lot
like
of
to be able
people
to sit
over
there
there,
and work so
but
that
I
as soon
think
as the
y'all
family
will find
wakes,
this interesting
I can
and
focus
very
on them.
helpful.
And so if I
what
am
they
dealing with
talked
insomnia
about.
the night before and I'm
We'll
up till
listen
3
to a little
a.m.
bit more.
fretting and worrying and tossing
We
and
got
turning, I
about,
pretty much can kiss the next day goodbye. And it's not just work that suffers, but the entire family.
We
I
got
used to
2
try
more
over-the-counter
minutes before they
sleep
get to
aids,
court.
but those cause grogginess like no other. It didn't matter how much caffeine I drank the next day. Grogginess was part of daily life. And that is where Dream has been a game changer for me and for our entire family, honestly, so much so that is why I am sharing the good news, because Dream is a revolutionary approach to sleep in the form of a guilt-free, indulgent hot chocolate with natural, sleep-supportive ingredients. And get this, just so everybody is aware, because I'm sure many people are wondering, yes, it is gluten-free, it is dairy-free, it is vegan, it is non-GMO, and it is keto-friendly. It allows me to fall asleep, stay asleep longer, and then I wake up refreshed without the grogginess. I wake up energized and ready to get to work. I actually feel less stressed, so it helps my emotions. I feel completely rested and alert all day, even feeling like I can be more emotionally present as a parent. It is an amazing bedtime routine that I have now used for nearly a year. Our whole family has benefited and knows the routine. And mostly, they've benefited because better sleep means a better you. It is a low-calorie drink. I wind down each night, just 15 calories, no added sugar. I sip it about a half hour before bed, give or take. I've also made Dream popsicles. I've recently been loving the capsules. Dream has given our gems an awesome deal for their first order. You can head to the website shopbeam.com/hidden true crime and enter the code TRUECRIME for up to 35% off your first order. You can also just click the link that's in the description of this video. That is there, shopbeam.com/hidden true crime. Or see this QR code? Hit that QR code, or not hit it.
Was they talking about making
shine your phone on that QR code. Use that QR code for up to 35% off your first order. Just enter code TRUECRIME at checkout. Let us know what you think. I hope it changes your life as much as it has changed.
It's okay. I'm sub to him, but I don't get a lot of notifications.
Yes. Beam has come in handy this week as I've been following the entire trial. Admittedly, I was, like most people, shocked that we are already on verdict watch. I will be live with verdict watch tomorrow here on our channel. At the same time, I'm a little bit grateful that this trial will only last a total of 7 days, because it has been some intense reporting in our house, hasn't it, John?
It's been wild. It's been awful and sad.
Yes.
Everywhere.
So we are very grateful for our sponsor and the wonderful product that is. So let's get to helping all of us understand Megan Boswell. And then for anyone that has questions, I will be in chat a bit, starring some questions. So once John is done, we'll take some questions from our gems tonight. We have missed all of you so much.
So I started with this clip where Megan acknowledges that she sees her 13-month-old daughter Evelyn as being mean, which is in and of itself is really peculiar. But so we'll dig into that more. But let's back up a minute and talk about filicide, because as you know, unfortunately, filicide is something we talk about way more than I would like to. I wish we saw fewer of these cases, but we do talk about filicide quite a bit. And this is a case of filicide, and which usually over 90% of cases of filicide are involve mothers murdering their children. There are cases of filicide where boyfriends, husbands, spouses murder their kids as well, but they're less common. The other thing about filicide, these are just some statistics to kind of orient us towards this topic, but younger children that are higher risk of murder than older children. So typically you'll see filicide occurring in children that are 24 months or younger. And so this kind of fits that category as well. Okay. Presumably some of the reasons for that are that children are more helpless and vulnerable and require more attention. They're more dependent when they're younger, and they're less dependent as they get older. So obviously if you have a 13-year-old, and even though that 13-year-old might be belligerent and acting out and a pain in your butt, you know, you're not going to just murder the 13-year-old because you find that 13-year-old to be mean, right? So there is a higher risk of filicide occurring with children in the age range where Evelyn fits, roughly. And another statistic that I think is interesting is that roughly 20 to 40% of filicide cases involve postpartum psychosis. So a lot of the cases we talk about with filicide, the first thing we always focus on is whether this is some type of postpartum situation. So the statistics on that are, there's something called the baby blues or postpartum blues, and that would be described as sort of a mild case of depression. A lot of women suffer from this. You had a little bit of this after you gave birth, but roughly half, 50% of women who give birth suffer from some type of baby blues.
Okay.
And then you start going up in severity. Then you went from the baby blues, which is just kind of a normal hormonal hangover from giving birth. You get into postpartum depression, which is more significant. Now you're approaching something more like clinical depression. It's becoming harder to function. So postpartum depression affects roughly 10% of mothers who experience live births. And then the next step up from that is postpartum psychosis, which is the most severe. And postpartum psychosis affects roughly 1 to 2% of mothers, typically about 1%, but 1 or 2% of mothers giving live birth, who have children.
Most people, though, with postpartum depression does not.
Those mothers are at greatest risk of engaging in filicide because oftentimes, depending on how severe it is, they can become divorced from reality. They can hallucinate. They're not, if you can imagine that if you're experiencing psychosis and you're hallucinating, it's going to be very hard to take care of a child. So the risk of injuring a child goes up dramatically if you're in some type of psychosis, some type of postpartum psychosis. And so for filicide, the numbers are fairly high. The 20 to 40% of filicides occur with mothers experiencing postpartum psychosis. So when you and I first started talking about this case, the first question I always ask with any filicide is, is there some type of postpartum situation? Is the mother been diagnosed with postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis? And that's the first question I want to know, because statistically, that is the highest likelihood of filicide. And so your answer to that was no, I don't think so. I don't think Megan Boswell had postpartum depression or psychosis. And it's interesting to think about, though, because in this particular case, a lot of times when it's really clear cut that a filicide or murder of an infant has occurred, a defense might latch on to this idea of postpartum psychosis as a defense, because it brings in questions of sanity, right? It brings in possible insanity defenses, and but
a current case right now is out of Lindsay Clancy. The defense is arguing psychosis, where the state is saying no, she knew what she was doing. Another well-known case is, as you point out, Andrea Yates. Yeah.
Right, exactly. And so in this particular case, even let's just say hypothetically there was some type of postpartum psychosis. I don't think there is, but let's just say that there was. Because the evidence isn't clear cut, they're not going to latch on to that as a defense because it's admitting guilt, right? Once you admit guilt, then you have to find a way to mount a defense that can get you acquitted in some way. And, if she acknowledges that she was suffering from postpartum psychosis and somehow that was implicated in the murder of her daughter.
Good morning,
then
Rosebud.
in many ways that's a confession of guilt. And that's not what the defense here wanted to do. They wanted to avoid that. And that's why you're not seeing any type of mental health evaluations or any type of mental health issues being brought up directly in this case, or certainly being brought up as a defense.
Yeah, not at all. We really haven't.
And so on that note, the generally speaking, and this is just based on my own experience and research, there's a really well-known book. It's called Why Mothers Kill, a forensic psychologist case book. It's by Jeffrey McKee. It was published in 2006. And McKee's book is probably the standard reference for most psychologists. It lays out a lot of research. It's now almost 20 years old, so it's a little dated, but research since then has more or less been consistent with McKee's typology of filicidal mothers in particular. But I don't want to use McKee's typology directly. I want to use kind of my my typology. And for me, there's three broad categories of filicide. The first is what I would call
saying she had to
the traumatized mother, or the traumatic filicide, and that would typically involve a mother who's had a traumatic background, who's often gone through a period of insecure attachment or is insecurely attached. I talk a lot about how important it is for infants to, if they're lucky, to experience secure attachments, meaning that they get the love and nurturing they need, and they feel safe and secure in the world because their parents are able to meet their needs, especially their emotional needs for love and attention and safety. And so attachment is always a really important issue in criminals in particular. And it's something I really like to look at, and to look at its impact on criminal behavior. But in this, for filicides, so the first category here is typically some type of trauma or traumatic experiences that often create insecure attachments in infants, which then create a host of problems later in terms of developing healthy relationships, feeling safe about the world, right? Feeling secure about their place in the world and who they are. And so that's my first category. The second category that's important for explaining filicide would be what I would call the mentally ill mother, or mental illness more broadly. And this would include postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis. So this category would explain specifically filicide that occurs with very severe mental illness. Oftentimes that's going to be postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis. It could be just clinical depression, could be a very severe case of depression, but typically it's some type of mental illness. And then the third category that explains filicide is the personality disordered mother, or personality disorders. So there are mothers that have personality disorders, not unexpectedly.
Not crazy.
And
I didn't
the
see
most
you.
common
Good morning.
personality disorder that helps explain filicide would be the psychopathic mother. And this is a category that McKee talks a lot about, that there are mothers that have no empathy towards their babies, towards their infants. They show psychopathic traits, and for whatever reasons, whatever the triggers are, they're much more likely to commit murder, because they simply don't really have a strong conscience to prevent the murder from occurring. And so those are kind of the three broad categories. It's also worth mentioning that, and I'll talk a little bit about which one I think that Megan fits into.
Yes, people are like a little panicky in chat, thinking that you're actually stating which one she fits into, and we're right now just laying them all out. You're just laying out the reasons, or the main reasons, what research is telling you. So we have not jumped to to
Yeah.
putting Megan into a category yet. So stay tuned, everyone. Stay tuned.
So right now I just want to present an overview of filicide so that our listeners can make sense of it, and in some ways you guys can decide what category you think that she might fit best within.
They're deciding. They're
Oh, I
deciding.
agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
I can't see the chat.
I agree.
So, I'm sure they
Keep it that
are.
way. That's okay.
I was
I'm
thinking
seeing
of the
it.
grandiose and trying to
Great
put
for
them
everyone.
together.
I also want to point out, this is in McKee. McKee, in spite of these different types and these different categories that attempt to explain some of the underlying elements that go into filicide, McKee also says there's three commonalities across all of these categories, and it's important, I think, to mention these quickly. The first is McKee believes that almost all cases of filicide involve some type of mental illness at the time of the crime, and I'm not talking about my second type, that the mentally ill mother that has severe psychosis. I mean, just mental illness in general. It could be depression that may not rise to the level of clinical depression. It could be anxiety, just some type of mental illness at the time of the crime. Which, by the way, in looking at
and being
Megan
a man
Boswell's
hungry like
case,
she was.
and again, I haven't interviewed
I'm just
her.
saying.
I haven't evaluated her, so this is speculation, but it seems reasonable to think that she has some type of depression.
Okay.
Not depression rising to the level of postpartum depression, but I think, and we'll talk about this more a little bit later, but I think there's probably some depression going on here. Maybe a low-level depression. Just a thought.
Well, Moth's mummy did state, it's no fun living in your own home at age 17 to 18, lonely with the responsibility of a baby. She must have been depressed. So it's not far-fetched to think.
Yeah,
she might have been.
I think given her upbringing and her abusive childhood and the family she grew up with, where there was violence, there was domestic violence, there was attempted murder with her father and one of her brother, and I mean, this is not the healthiest family. So
it'll depress you, but it won't.
Given those constraints, or given that environment, given kind of this very dysfunctional family,
you always want better for your child.
Megan really struggled to carve out an identity. She struggled to really kind of feel safe.
Break the cycle.
And so, in that context, and I think she probably struggled to find some measure of self-worth. And so, given that context, it seems probable that there could be some depression there.
Yeah.
So that would fit McKee's three commonalities. The second one is, the second commonality is that mothers fail to develop an emotional bond with their children. And I think we see that with Megan Boswell, in the sense that when you see your child as mean, you're clearly making some assumptions about that child's nature.
All right, y'all listen to this.
Right?
I found this interesting. I was in there during this part.
I would say right away, if I heard someone say that, if somebody came
I'm filling up my coffee, I'm watching court TV
with me, and I'll run back in here. That would be a red flag. Because it would suggest that they've already created some distance between themselves and that child.
Right here, I think.
Yeah.
And so is there a failure to develop an emotional bond? Probably. The third commonality, McKee says that almost all filicides involve inadequate parenting practices. And again, I don't think it takes a genius to see that Megan Boswell is not necessarily the best parent. Again, she grew up in a very abusive home. She's labeled her child as mean and perceives her to be mean. She's very young at the time. She's 17 when she gets pregnant. Gives birth a little bit later than that, but she's in foster care at age 17. Right. This is someone who growing up in a dysfunctional family. This is someone who's not necessarily well equipped to be a good parent. She doesn't have any role models. She doesn't have any examples of good parenting. And so I think those three commonalities are in play with Megan Boswell. Let's go back. So I want to go back a little bit to the three categories. So I hopefully I've showed that the three commonalities apply, but let's go back to the typology. Let's talk about the traumatic.
Okay.
Or the trauma. Let's talk about the traumatic category, the traumatized mother that can lead to filicide. I think there's a strong case. I don't know what people are saying, but I think there's a strong case to be made here that she would fit this category. And the reason I say that is because she grew up in a very dysfunctional home. She was placed in foster care for truancy. She wasn't going to school regularly. My guess is she wasn't going to school because she felt, I don't know if there was any bullying, but she probably felt very inadequate in school, and it probably was a very difficult environment for her. So I'm not sure if she had a lot of friends. If I had to guess, I'd probably say she struggled to have close friends, or she struggled with friendships. So to me, school was probably a fearful place for Megan Boswell, and especially given her abusive childhood. So I think a strong argument can be made that this violent family she grew up in, specifically, there was a lot of domestic violence. Apparently, there was infidelity, there was substance abuse. My guess is you probably have some intergenerational violence. There's probably some cycle of violence going here that predates her parents, that might go back some generations, and there might be some cycle of substance abuse that's continuing, and so she inherits all that. Yeah. She's the unfortunate inheritor of all this
tell about
intergenerational probably violence and abuse,
which was very interesting.
Some other risk factors that for filicide would include not only these dysfunctional histories, these dysfunctional families with histories of violence, but poverty, lack of education, substance abuse. We know that there was cocaine use in this family. We know that there was methamphetamines used. As I mentioned earlier, Tommy, her father,
believe it or not, not yet,
was charged with attempted murder for trying to run someone over with a vehicle.
Yesterday,
he was charged with domestic violence
last night.
I'm not sure if there were substance abuse charges, but we know from detectives and we know from Megan's own statements that there was a lot of drug use in this family, and so all of this I think really creates problems, for a child to feel safe, for a child to feel secure. It creates potentially insecure attachment. I've talked a lot about attachment styles in the past. There are three insecure attachment styles. The first is anxious ambivalent, the second is avoidant, and the third is disorganized. If I had to guess, I think Megan probably fits into the anxious ambivalent category.
Absolutely, Army vet.
Which is a category where the child feels a lot of anxiety, perpetual anxiety, is very ambivalent about developing relationships, struggles to develop healthy relationships because they don't ever feel secure. They don't ever feel like they have the social skills to really connect to other people. So intimacy is something in children with insecure attachments. Intimacy is a real struggle. It's a real difficulty. But having said that, it is something that children really aspire to. So assuming that Megan fits this category of a child that's insecurely attached,
I'm still trying to get over the part they didn't know they were pregnant.
They crave this intimacy. They just don't know how to do it. They don't know how to find it. And so in the case of Megan, when this guy, when Hunter arrives in her life, I think she sees him as a ray of hope. She sees him as someone who's going to potentially solve all of her problems. That he's going to offer that hope of intimacy and love that she's never experienced in her family. And let's put a mark in that. We'll come back to that idea. But
bingo, Peach State Mama.
So I would make a strong case that
we break that cycle, right?
There's a lot of trauma here. There's probably insecure attachment, and so I think
do that.
She predominantly would probably fall into this category of the traumatic filicide category. But let's look at the other two just quickly. Mental illness. I mentioned that she might have some depression, so certainly that would fit into the mental illness category. I just don't think I don't think it's the predominant issue that she's experiencing. I don't think it would be the driver of filicide. But again, there could be some mental illness here. I don't think it's overwhelming. As I said, maybe depression. Again, I kind of rule out postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression. Although I could be wrong. Again, I don't know her and I haven't interviewed her. And then the last category, let's examine the personality disorder category. And specifically like psychopaths or antisocial personality disorders. One thing that, there is an argument to be made here, and these categories, by the way, are not mutually exclusive. A lot of times they overlap. So, you'll see.
Good morning, Mike.
And this is one of the problems with all typologies. It's sort of like when you look at the DSM and you look at cluster B personality disorders, they all share certain elements. So borderline personality disorder shares elements of narcissistic personality disorder, which shares elements of antisocial personality disorder, which shares some elements of histrionic personality disorder. Those are all cluster B. So you really, in the DSM and here in any typology, you have overlap. So the argument for personality disorder would be, obviously she's a liar. She lies persistently. She lies to detectives. She lies to authority figures. She lies to her parents. She lies to anyone.
We still don't know what's truth and what's a lie. Nothing that comes out of her mouth, you don't know. Like, the lies are like the only thing that's certain about Megan Boswell, in my opinion, as you point out. The lies. Yeah.
So the line starts moving things away from the trauma, the traumatic filicide category more into this personality disorder category. One element of antisocial personality disorder in the DSM is precisely this, just this constant lying and this constant manipulation and this constant, this belief that you can lie to other people and they're just going to believe you. And she clearly thinks that because she lies to everyone. And I mean, she changes, obviously, she's not just lying, she's changing her tune all the time, right? Like she's telling detectives, well, my mother was trying to extort me. She's with my mother, but my mother's trying to extort me. She wants money from me. Or
Mike,
she's saying, well, Ethan has Evelyn, right? Like she can't get her story straight. And there's this underlying manipulation. There's this underlying, I don't want to say grandiosity exactly, but there's this kind of this underlying narcissistic quality where she thinks she can deceive other people. Yes. She can bend other people's perceptions of reality to fit hers.
Yes.
Another element of a possible personality disorder that would kind of fit the psychopathic category would be just the gruesome nature of the crime. If you assume that she committed this crime, which a jury will determine.
Good morning, forever.
I mean, even if a jury acquits her, that doesn't mean she didn't commit it. It just means they didn't have enough evidence to convict her. But
y'all hear that?
If you assume that she was the one directly responsible for murdering her daughter,
for all these cases,
then you'd have to consider
because they're not convicted.
The brutal nature of this crime is over the top. Like it's something that would fit more with a psychopath. This is not somebody who's just maybe there's no good way to murder someone, I guess, but there's something called overkill, which is when a murderer kills someone and their behavior exceeds what's necessary to lead to someone's death. That's called overkill. And so you see this a lot with people that are enraged. You see the serial killers that want to leave behind a signature or mark
squad.
that
welcome.
The detectives will notice, so they gain some notoriety. But the basic idea is that overkill
I am honored.
is unnecessary. And overkill, if you're going to kill your daughter for whatever reasons, you don't want to do that in a way, obviously nobody wants to have any children die, but if someone does that, you don't want to do it in a way that's going to create unnecessary pain and cruelty for your daughter, in this case,
Exactly.
for her daughter. And this murder involves what appears to be unnecessary pain and cruelty.
Yeah.
And so that would be consistent with a personality disorder, or maybe someone that would have more psychopathic traits.
Well, and why not bury her in the backyard? It does feel like the way she was thrown away is she was angry, right?
Mike, I can't get my poles working right. The last time I tried to do that, I screwed it all up.
That little Evelyn was killed.
Yeah. Let me see what I can do here. I don't know.
Right. And so that would be an argument for the third category of maybe a potential personality disorder or some type of psychopathic traits. The other thing is, she's placed in foster care for truancy.
Mm-hmm.
And truancy is not super antisocial, but I mean, it is antisocial. It is bucking the social norm of attending school until a legal age. And she simply refuses to go to school. So there is something a little antisocial in that. It's not necessarily something that would predict murder later on, but those would be some arguments for why Megan Boswell might fit some of the third category as well.
My poles don't like
Okay.
me.
The third category being?
The third category being the personality disordered filicide offender.
Meaning antisocial traits, too.
Right. Well, in this case, the personality disorder would be antisocial personality disorder. It would be something in cluster B. I don't, without doing any type of interview, I couldn't diagnose, but
yeah,
clearly it would be something in the cluster B personality disorders. It would probably involve some antisocial traits. We know she lies all the time. That's consistent with antisocial personality disorder. However, one element of antisocial personality disorder is you need a diagnosis of conduct disorder before the age of 18, and she has no criminal record. So unless we don't know enough about her, and perhaps there's some issues in school we don't know, or a juvenile record, but she doesn't seem to have that. So she doesn't seem to have any prior juvenile record. She doesn't seem to have any particularly strong acting out behaviors.
Don't do that.
She hasn't engaged in any thefts or robberies or anything particularly antisocial outside of the lines. So that would kind of,
I'm working on getting me a new
that would kind
computer.
of push us back to that first category of the traumatized.
I might go back to StreamYard. I've only used it a couple of times.
Yeah.
But I don't, something is going on with my StreamYard.
So I love it when you say so. Moving on. What is next?
So let's
chapter 10.
Do we want to jump into?
I'll work on it more.
Are we ready? Should we jump into the explanation of what I think happened here?
I would like that. Just remember, we have one more sound bite too.
Yes.
Some people think she brought
coming up
that full.
Yeah, let's play that.
Chicken Shack. What do y'all think?
Now? Yep.
Here we go.
Put a 1 in the chat if you think she brought the full from the Chicken Shack.
This is
during this time.
Erica Stacy, her friend Erica Stacy. They don't show Erica. Erica's on the stand. They show Megan Boswell at this moment, which is interesting. I also just want to point out because she does seem emotional during this moment with her friend Erica on the stand. Okay, so I'll go ahead.
That you were around Megan.
Yeah.
Did she ever say anything about Evelyn that surprised you?
She would always say that Evelyn was mean as crap.
Okay. And is that the word she used, crap?
No, she would say mean as shit.
Okay. Did she say that more than once?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that's all you do.
And that would have been around the time that Evelyn was a year old?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's premeditated right there.
Why did that surprise you?
I I was raised, you just don't say that about
I'm
a
sure
child.
she can bring it home.
It was
cook it,
Evelyn. Was Evelyn
put it
a
over her
baby?
pot roast, and
Not that I
Susan
ever saw.
Homemaker
Okay. What type of
looking
baby
at her
was Evelyn?
house, in my opinion.
Very happy, very smiley.
Okay.
All right, so let's get into the heart of this thing. So I started with that clip of the detective confronting her about saying that Evelyn was mean AF. And it's interesting. So let's talk a little bit about that. That she's confronted with that, and she doesn't deny it. Right? What
No,
she says? No,
she doesn't deny it. Yeah.
So normally, if I'm just thinking of the criminals I get in front of, normally if I confronted them with something like that, they'd probably deny it. They'd be like, I never said that. Like they would understand that wouldn't make them look good. So even if I had a text and showed them a text, they'd probably say, well,
do you think she
I don't
brought
think
the
that.
food from the
I don't.
chicken shack?
I never thought she was mean. But what does
One
Megan?
yes or two
What does
no?
Megan say? She confirms. She says, yeah, she was mean.
She
Yeah,
says
of
that to
course
the
she-
detective. Right.
Right.
Yeah. We know what she means, because I have to be honest too. As a mother, I've said something to you before. He's being so mean to me, but I don't really mean it. Like I'll say it privately to you, but I don't really mean it. And if confronted, I would be like, no, I was just complaining. He is the sweetest thing ever. So I do think this is important. In explaining to the detective, she is stating, yes, she is mean. She is mean. So I just want to point out that difference there. That's important. You're right.
So
Do you think
let's
she brought the
analyze
food
why
from
I
the
think this is
chicken
the key
shack?
to this entire case. And a lot of times I talk about this idea that sometimes these little nuggets of information open up the door to understanding everything else. And this is one of those moments. And here's why. Because first of all, when we're talking about a 12, 13-month-old child, right? The problem with calling a child mean is it implies agency. It implies intention. It implies choice. So in other words, what she's saying by saying that is
Does
that
she
this
look
child
look at this?
is deliberately being mean to her. Now, I don't know so I would challenge my listeners on this, but our listeners on this, our gems, like, does anybody know a 12 or 13-month-old child that has the type of agency to be mean, deliberately mean to an adult, to the
No.
mother?
Never. As Misty says, babies don't have the ability to be spoiled or mean. They do what they see. They
Yeah.
cry when they need something.
And so exactly. And so that's the point. Is a child doesn't have mean intentions. A child may respond to someone if a child's being hit or abused or neglected. That child may look like they're being mean because for them,
what are they gonna do?
they're
Get you
trying
back?
to resolve that pain. They're trying to get out of that trauma, right? And so that's a reaction to something they're experiencing, but that's not a disposition. In other words, they're being mean. If a child is mean, it's typically reactive. It's not because they are intrinsically mean. They don't.
Right.
A 13-month-old child does not have the agency or the capacity to be mean. And so what does that entail? That entails that when Megan says that her daughter Evelyn is mean, it's a projection of her own aggressive impulses. What she's really saying is, I am being mean to my child.
Mm. Wow.
And if we look at this, if we look at this even from a broader perspective, she's saying more than that. What she's saying is, the world was mean to me. I grew up in a dysfunctional home that was violent. This is what I saw. I saw meanness in my home. I experienced violence. I never felt safe. So the world is mean. My family is mean. My family is not trustworthy. My family is cruel. So naturally, growing up in that environment, and this again, this would be an argument for the traumatized filicide offender. If you see the world as cruel and mean, then you're going to see the players in it, your daughter specifically in this case, as being mean also, because she is a part of that environment.
Yeah.
She's now her family. So this is a projection. You know, what we know of a lot of, it's interesting, there's a forensic psychologist a well-known forensic psychologist
Morning, Tennessee.
in the UK. I think she's
Twister. I
deceased
hope
now,
you're doing good.
Her name is Eudora Weldon.
Good to see you.
She talked a lot about this idea that many mothers have aggressive impulses, but they have to conceal those impulses because it's not socially acceptable to have those aggressive impulses. So they get concealed. And then if the mother can't contain those impulses, she will at some point act them out. If there's a trigger that's big enough or large enough or upsetting enough or frustrating enough, those aggressive impulses get acted out. So by calling her daughter mean, what she's saying essentially is, this is how I feel about myself. Her daughter is a projection of all those aggressive impulses that she has to conceal, but she feels. And so when there's a trigger, and I don't know what that trigger is, but when there's some type of provocation that she perceives, let's say, and this is where it gets crazy. So let's say she hasn't fed her daughter for 2 days and she's hungry. And let's say that Evelyn is begging for food and maybe hitting her and saying, Mom, I want to eat, right? But Megan sees her as mean. Megan sees that as a provocation.
Yeah.
It could be something as simple as feeding her or changing her diaper, whatever. That when there's a trigger or a provocation and you see a 13-month-old as mean, what are you going to do? Right? What happens when somebody mean hits you? What do you do?
Me?
No, just in general. You fight back.
Yeah.
You fight back. So in a peculiar way, Megan Boswell sees her own daughter as an adversary.
Yeah, I agree.
Wow.
Megan Boswell, because everyone in her family was adversarial and they were fighting with each other and they were violent, she doesn't know what it means to have a healthy relationship. She sees her daughter as mean and cruel and adversarial, and when her daughter provokes her, she fights back.
Wow.
And so,
I'm still watching
how do I
them
think
come
this
back in.
happened?
They haven't
How do I
come
think
back in
this
yet.
played out? Let me introduce another idea here. There's something that psychologists sometimes call the Medea syndrome, which is based on, in Greek mythology. For those who know Greek mythology, there's Medea is a character or a figure
hold on a minute.
who helped this guy Jason locate the golden fleece through the maze when he was trying to find the Minotaur was chasing him, and he finds the golden fleece. And
Hold on. They said the jury has reached a verdict, y'all. The jury has reached a verdict. The jury has reached a verdict. The verdict is in. Thank you, Hey Jude. All right, hold on just a moment. Oh, man. Hold on just a moment, please. I got to get my shit together. Y'all sit tight. Hold on just a minute. I got to get my stuff together. Hold on a minute. Hold on. I got to get this media off because they don't care about the music. I don't want to hear everything. I hope that judge is up to the microphone. Oh, God. What are y'all thinking? That was quick this morning. What the hell? They haven't been in there long. All right, hold on a minute. Let's see. Where, what? Banners, full credit to Court TV. Thank you, Hey Jude. Sorry, I was running my mouth. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Say a prayer, have faith. No, it hasn't. They just started back this morning. Hold on. Why is it? Don't make me. Oh, I got to reload, I guess. I don't know. Hold on a minute. Reload. What is wrong with this site this morning? I can't hear them. Forever Nikki's mom. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, please let this baby have justice. Please, 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 please let this baby have justice. What in the world? Could y'all see my... Oh, here I am live. Live chats. Why can I see? Okay, here we go. No sound on Court TV yet. Okay, I thought it was me. I was like, oh my God, what is going on here? Lord, I was getting nervous. I was like, please don't let it screw up right here, right now. Hey, Jamie. Okay. I was like, Lord, I'm fooling with the buttons. Stop, stop, stop fooling with the buttons, Smiley. Megan and Scotty not in there. Okay. True. We got to have faith, y'all. What? The judge said no audio when the jury just reads audio after? Are you kidding me? What the frick? Okay, Miss Grace, I hope you're feeling more hopeful. Okay, Castle's comment. Let's see. Castle's comment. Let's see. Hold on. Y'all know Smiley. Millie, please read my post to Smiley, please. Okay, let me go up. Hold on. Hold on. Castle. Smiley, read my message. I'm trying. Y'all know I freak out. Smiley, judge will reread the verdict after because he wants to protect the jury's names in what Law and Crime just said. You think today he needs to protect the jury's names? Thank you, Castle. We were just speaking about that this morning, honey. I don't know if he was in here. I bet they chewed his ass out this morning. I'm just saying. But what does Smiley know? He should have been using them numbers yesterday. That jury probably come in there and made a decision because they're like, for he gets us all on the chopping block, honey. For he screws the case up. Well, hopefully we'll be able to tell by that, or somebody can run over. Trevor Lee's in there. Maybe Trevor will tell us what before they even, just hopefully he rereads it. Come on now. My nerves are shot. They're not supposed to be. They're supposed to be the freaking numbers. I don't know what they're doing up there. Right, Miss Grace. He's supposed to read it. I don't think they've ever had probably a live or a sequester. I don't know what's going on with these people. That's why they have numbers. All I want is justice for Evelyn. Okay? Pray. Right, Miss Grace said, they don't know. Never had anything like it there. I have not either, YouTuber. Never heard a juror's name called out. Never. Ever. No, honey, I'm telling you, it's not Tennessee. It's I don't know what they're doing there. Tennessee don't do that. They're making up their own shit right there. Thank you, Sally. Thank you, Sally. Everybody that was sent over here from somebody else, thank you for sending them. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Appreciate everybody coming in. Appreciate you all. Appreciate you all being here. Thank you for being here. Okay, thank you, Amanda. And I know he don't mind. Maybe one of my mods can go over there, and also, if you don't mind, credit him, but post that on, if you will, my community post. I think you can do that, or post the link in here and give Trev credit for that on the charges or something. No, he will be. Somebody said he will be posting each charge. I think probably Hey Jude knows what I'm talking about. He's not, I don't think he's a juror, but he is in the courtroom. Yeah, he's not a juror. People put too many rumors out. He is in the courtroom. Yeah, he couldn't be in a juror. You know how people like to get that pot stirring. I'm just saying. Sometimes you just want to shove that spoon all the way down. Thank you, Hey Jude. They do. They come up with the craziest stuff. Good morning, Bama Cat, and everybody coming in. Good morning, good morning. All played out. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you, Tina. Thank you so much. Uh-oh. Thank you so much. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you all. Love you all. Love you. Love you all. Love you all. Y'all are so kind. I appreciate you being here with me this morning. I wonder, Sherry. I wonder. Oh, thank you, Celia. Thank you so much. Yeah, it does tend to go around a lot on YouTube. Yep. Thank you. Yeah, we just want to try to keep the facts straight, you know. You live, you learn, you grow. You just want to try to do what's right. Heather, hello. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Oh, thank you. And I know everyone in chat is super appreciative of you being here. And everybody's been super good. Everybody's been super good supporting this trial and this child and wanting justice. Smiley, read what's at the bottom. Verdict is in Megan Boswell, baby Evelyn murder trial. Watch Court TV Live for expert legal analysis on this case and more on courttv.com. Download the app. And then it says court bars audio of 4-person reading verdict. Are they reading verdict now? They can't be reading verdict now. Megan's not even in there. Oh, maybe they're going to repeat reading the verdict when, oh, here she comes. Here she comes. Here she comes. Oh, they just put that up. No, they're not reading yet. They're not reading nothing yet. Oh, look at her today. Well, it don't make it. They did something with her hair today. Lord. She's in there right now. Gary, can you fix me a cup too, please, while you're at it? Thank you, love. I need something strong in mine, honey. I know I'm supposed to be the host, but Lord have mercy. I done got up and fixed me about 7 this morning. Yeah, white fits her perfect to where she's going. Now, actually, she's in pink, I think. We might have a disagreement here where some are pink. She thinks she's pretty in pink this morning. Give me a 1 if it's white. Give me a 2 if it's pink, because we don't know. We're having color problems this morning. It don't do her no good to look like a little child this morning. The verdict is already done, honey. Done with the fork in it. Don't come out looking on this last day all sweet and innocent, because it don't matter. You look like I don't know what through this trial, honey. I'm just saying. Yeah, don't put no bow in it now. You need to put a fork in it. Hey, Marguerite. Hello. Welcome. The judge has decided not to say their names, which I don't know why he's saying their names and not numbers. So they're going to read the verdict without audio, and then they're going to come back and read the verdict so we can hear. This is so crazy. It's craziest trial I've ever seen. I know my nerves won't take it. My nerves won't take it, honey. Let's see. See if I can get me some service in here. Welcome, everybody coming in. Welcome. I know. Lord have mercy. I keep saying I'm going to get me a vape, and I just never do. Lord have mercy. Honey, here she goes. Honey. Gotta have faith. I know one thing. Mr. Scott has a lot of confidence. He has a lot of confidence. Thank you. Trying to look like Mary Ellen. Good night, John Boy. I don't know. If she cries, it'll be for herself. That looks like an ankle monitor in her bow. I'm just saying. Good Lord. What is holding them bows together? Oh, it's a clip. It's a clip. She's a psycho something. Oh, Lord, I'm on pins and needles, honey. Yeah, it's a clip. I was like, what is that big thing in her hair? Good Lord. Yeah, she's praying now. Yeah. Oh, another Jodi Arias. Please watch Megan now. We need to see her reaction today. She's important. She needs to be standing up. She looks like little Bo Peep. Why is she standing up, having some respect? We're not muted. Just hold tight, Rosebud. It'll be reread again. Thank you, Sherry. Thank you. I see you. Whew, thank God. Miss Grace. How you like me now, Scotty? They're going to reread them. It's because of the jury. They're doing things different. Well, nobody wins. It's sad for Tommy. That's who it's sad for. It's sad for the grandparents. It's even though her mother is losing a daughter, her dad's losing a daughter. The grandmother. It's sad for them. It's sad all the lives she's ruined. For her, not so much. Hey, Marley. And it's a great day for Evelyn. May she rest in peace. She's going to go to the big jail, the big prison. I wish she quit saying that. Um, yeah, and I think they're going to blame the judge too. I think so too. Sit down, Mr. Scott. Make her stand up.
Murder.
Good morning,
The judgment
Tina.
of this court, you are guilty. In count 2, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of first-degree murder and the perpetration of a felony, it's a judgment of this court, you are guilty. In count 3, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of first-degree murder and the perpetration of a felony, it's a judgment of this court, you are guilty. In count 4, a judgment of your peers having found you guilty of aggravated child abuse, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 5, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of aggravated child neglect, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 6, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of tampering with evidence, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 7, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 8, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 9, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 10, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 11, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 12, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. Count 13, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. Count 14, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, is a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 15, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, is a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 16, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, is a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 17, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, is a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 19, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of abuse of a corpse, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. And in count 20, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural
Yeah,
circumstances.
he sealed the deal yelling at
You
them
are
jurors
guilty.
yesterday.
In counts 4 through 20, the jury did not assess a fine, so there'll be no fine assessed in those counts. Now we'll be in recess about 15 minutes.
Thank you. Court stands in recess.
Thank you, Holly. Thank you. 7 days. Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I don't know. They're taking a short break. They usually put it off and do sentencing a different time. But with this judge in this court, who knows? I'm going to be honest with you. Who knows? They're not doing anything in the correct order here. Absolutely, where Summer. Thank you, Sullivan County, CART team, TBI, FBI, and all the doctors. Absolutely. Which we're going to watch some more of that in a little bit. When we find out what's going on here, we'll finish up Dr. John and them. Thank you always, LA. Oh, yeah, May, baby Evelyn now rests peacefully in the arms of God. Amen, 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 amen. No more suffering, no more pain, no more tears, and nobody being mean to her. They were mean to her. That baby was not mean to a soul. That baby didn't have a mean bone in her body. Look at this. Look at that. Hold on. Thank you, Whispering Winds. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Love you. I appreciate you all. Yeah, babies can't be mean. What the heck? That's right. The mother's just evil. Let's see, hold on a minute. I went through 5 babies. How could anyone do this? Exactly. Exactly. I don't see how she could have looked that child in the eyes, taken her last breath. Absolutely. I don't understand it. Wrapped her in foil, wrapped her in them blankets, and then slam dunked her in a trash can. Are you serious? Remind you, in a small kitchen trash can. Julie, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my God, y'all are too kind. Thank you. Stephanie Williams says, baby Evelyn, rest in peace, fly high. I hope she is haunted. Oh. Oh. I hope she's haunted for the rest of her natural life. I was thinking yesterday, wouldn't it be great if somebody could put paint murals of baby Evelyn all over the ceilings? Not pictures. I paint murals all over the ceilings and everywhere she looked. I'm just saying. Oh, thank you, Millie. Thank you. I love you and I appreciate you and I appreciate all of your hard work. Love you, love you, love you. Love you so much. You mods work so hard. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Heather. I try my best. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, I mean, they need to make it difficult for her because she'll just out of sight, out of mind. She was only, in my opinion, crying for herself today. Oh, you're welcome, Donna. You're welcome. Yeah, put a slideshow up there. Make it where she can only watch TV when she turns it on. It's Evelyn, Evelyn, Evelyn. She should not get no privilege. She's going to have 3 heights and a cot. I don't care if she's in prison. I don't care if she's in jail. She don't have to pay no bills. Well, she didn't out here, but she don't have to pay no bills. She's going to have a bed, covers, blankets, shoes. She don't have to buy all the stuff that anybody else has to buy. Trash bags, toilet papers, paper towels, hand sanitizers, coat hangers. Let's just get to the nitty gritty. She don't have to dress up things. She don't have to buy clothes. She's going to have her clothes, her meals provided, her little hair bows. Even, she's going to have people sending her money for commissary. Food, whether it be noodles or whatever, her little extra snacks. Evelyn's not going to have any of that. Christmas, even the prisoners get, don't even get me started. Okay. Sometimes they even have special meal. Rest in peace, baby Evelyn. She's not going to have none of that. She didn't have no Christmas, she can sit in there in prison, and the ones that don't slaughter her if that's what she's scared of, she's going to have, the little ones braiding her little hair and all that shit, and nobody's going to be doing that for Evelyn. Thank you, Sunny Days. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. I do have some lovely people in here. She ain't going to worry about having to go to the store and get milk for her or anybody else and setting it in the stove or in the refrigerator or anything else. She's going to be catered to. She's got people cooking her meals. All she's got to do is walk through a line and pick it up. She gets to go out. At least we know no matter what, she's going to get to go out 1 hour a day and get sunlight. And if she so chooses, maybe play basketball, maybe sit around in the courtyard, Baby Evelyn's not going to get to do that. She'll be able to shoot the shit and play cards and probably get gum and chew her bubble gum. Knowing her nasty butt, she'll probably be sticking it up under the damn bed, and who knows. Let's just get real. Let's get real. Them tears was for her today, not baby Evelyn. She's only sorry she got caught. I tell you what she is with Hunter. Hunter didn't have nothing to do with it. That was proven. But what she is sorry she didn't have somebody with the brain to help her get away with it. Well, I tell you what, nobody's going to get away with nothing, because there is no murder that is perfect. Nobody's going to get away with any kind of murder, especially of a child. I'm sorry. And the rest of these children, all of them, Summer, Sebastian, Michael, they're all going to be found, alive or unalive. Thank you, Amy, Spooky Wife. Thank you so much. Thank you. And it may take 10 years. It may take 5 years. I may not be alive, but I promise you, we won't give up on these kids. We won't give up on these kids. Nope, she'll never be able to have children again. Throw away the key. Yep, she's thrown people around all of her life, and she's had so much support, in my opinion. So much support for her and that baby. Baby Evelyn. So much support for baby Evelyn. And the reason that we're going to continue to watch later on, what was we watching? Crime, Dr. John, whatever it was, with Dr. John on it. We're going to listen to that because in my opinion, it's going to be helpful with other people that we watch and stuff. And that's just my opinion. Okay. And I really think people need to watch that and listen. Let's see. And I hope Seth gets a lawyer out of Tennessee, because they all work here together. Yeah. I mean, let me tell y'all something. I'm going to tell y'all a little secret in case you didn't know. I don't care if it is these public defenders, or I don't care if you pay them $20,000 cash. They all sit down and eat lunch together. Them two, the two on the opposite sides right there, and Miss Grace can attest to this. Smiley ain't dumb. The two defense and the two sides that were against each other right there, Mr. Scott and the defense, they all going to sit down and eat lunch together at the same table. That's why nobody trusts nobody. That is a fact. F-A-C-T. Fact. They will sit down. Miss Grace. Oh, thank you, Miss Grace. She gonna tell you right here. 31 years in it under them judges. They will eat dinner together tonight. Fact. Fact. They are all friends. Yep, absolutely. They all suck up to each other. Miss Grace said they have one honest judge there in Knoxville. Thank you, Donna. And that's the same way everywhere. That's the same way everywhere. You know. So it doesn't matter if you're rich or you're poor. It's who is going to stand up for the right thing to do. It really boils down to who's going to do the right thing. That's what it boils down to. Yeah, Tina, I'm serious right now. Sure am. People's known that for years. I don't know if you know if you're talking to me or not, but people's known that for years. That's the same way everywhere. Yep. Yeah, I think her daddy will eventually send money. I mean, that's his kid. And I think her mom will too. Again, she's going to live just fine. She'll live just fine. Y'all got to understand that's their child. That's their child. It was their grandchild, but that's their child. And these people out here, they will send her things. She'll have money. She'll have a life just fine behind bars. What I hope is, my hope is she does not come up for parole and waste any more of our time. That's what I hope. Yeah, they still love her regardless. They do. That's the part that's sad. You're always good. Look, I don't care who you are, if you say any different. I don't care if you're in here right now. You're always going to love your child, even when they're wrong. Even when they're wrong. Do you agree with them? No. Will you turn them in? Yeah. Do you agree with them? No. But you're always going to love your child even when they're wrong. If you don't, you're just not a damn parent. That's all there is to it. Just not a parent. You're not a damn good parent, period. Are you to blame for everything they do? No. People like to try to blame you, but are you? No. You could have 7 and 6 will do perfect and 1 will do the opposite. How's that your fault? You raised them all the same. Exactly. But you love them all, even when they're wrong. It's called unconditional love. You hate the sin, not the sinner. You say things. You can say things other people can't. You can say things. You may never speak to them again. You may shut them out of your life for a little bit. But that unconditional love never goes away. That's why it's so hard to fathom how Katie could stand up and allow Chris to do and say some of the things he did to Sebastian. I can't fathom that. It depends. They're probably going to protect her at first. But it's the same for women. They don't like people who hurt their children or hurt any child. And when they see how she does, it's going to probably take them a while, the prison people, because they're not going to get all this coverage and stuff. But when they find out what a liar she is, she's going to try to lie her way through everything. You can't just get away with that in prison. Things are different there. Oh, upcoming sentencing phase. Yeah, it hadn't started back yet. Here we go.
Mr. Scott, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. We need to bring the defendant in.
Because we're prepared for 2 witnesses right now. We have a witness still on the way. She's not far away, hopefully.
Well, the state will go first, and then
Who's on the way?
I don't think this going to help much.
Who's on the way? A witness. Well, it's over. What do they need a witness for? That don't even make sense. Honey, we're in the sentencing phase now. Oh, they got to have somebody speak, I guess, for the sentencing. Somebody's going to speak for her. Remember, they're doing sentencing now, I guess. Boy, they do this stuff different. Oh, did you? Okay. Hold on. I'll shut up now.
all right. If the jury is ready, we'll bring him in.
Basically, we approached. Everyone stand, please.
I gave it to you yesterday.
You may be seated. Thank you.
All right, General.
Judge, the state would introduce it. I'm sorry.
You can do an opening statement if you'd like to.
Okay, no, state doesn't do any opening statement.
You have an opening?
I do.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, although I may not agree with your verdict, I respect your verdict. I respect you. I thank you for your time. And I have one more thing to ask you. You have to make a decision now, and that decision is it's going to mean the difference. If you sentence Megan Boswell to life in prison, she'll be released when she is probably 69 years old. It'll be 8. She's been in jail. You probably realize she has been in jail since she was 18 years old. She went to jail February the 25th of 2020, and she hasn't been released. So with that said, if you give her a life sentence, it would be 51 years. That's what I'm asking you to do. If you give her a life without sentence, she will never be released from prison. That's the difference. So it'd be the difference between her being released at what I believe would be 69 to 70 years old or never being released. In doing this process, and Judge Goodwin will read you some very short jury instructions compared to what you heard yesterday. You look at statutory aggravating factors and mitigating factors. In this case, the state will submit the age of the child as the aggravating
Speak
factor.
up today, Mr. Scott.
The mitigating factors,
Here.
we've listed several of those. They include no significant criminal history, her youth and age at the time the offense was committed. She was 17 when she had Evelyn. She was 18 when Evelyn died. You'll hear more about her unstable and chaotic home life. You'll hear from her mother, Angela Boswell. She's here today. You'll hear from Angela about domestic violence that Megan witnessed between her parents. You'll hear from Angela about drug use that Megan witnessed her parents engage in. You also hear about her schooling. It wasn't seamless, and how one of her primary role models was her grandfather, Tommy Boswell's father. He died when I think she was 11 or 12 years old. You'll hear that. And then finally, you'll hear a little bit about her younger
We all
sibling,
had somebody
Elijah
die.
and Charlotte. Elijah
We
has
can do these acts.
a disability that Megan has looked after him and tried to help take care of him. And then you're also feel free to look at any other thing you've heard in the proof and making that decision as far as mitigating factor. Anything else you've heard in all the proof from any of the witnesses, and also you'll probably hear from Gail Kite. You've heard from her once before, but you'll hear a little bit more from her about the shape Megan was in when she came into her home, and you'll hear from we expect to call Mary Boswell. She is Megan's grandmother. I think most of you recognize the name Old Mommy at this point. You'll hear from her and what she witnessed in her participation in raising Megan. So it's a hard decision. It's not a light decision. You've made a hard decision already, and it's my hope that after you see this, you will come to the conclusion that maybe at 69 years old, it would be fair for her to be released from prison.
All right. General proof.
Yes, Judge. This time the state will produce a copy of birth certificate of Evelyn Boswell.
All right. That'll be exhibit 262. I'm going to keep the exhibits in sequential numbers, but I've started a new sheet for the sentencing part. It'll be exhibit 262. Any other proof, General?
No, Judge. That's paper grass.
Mr. Scott.
Here's we call Angel Boswell. Angel Boswell.
Raise your right hand, man. State your name for me.
Angela Boswell.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and but the truth, man. Have a seat. If you'll pull the microphone down and talk straight into that microphone. Actually, you know what? I need to switch these.
It's them rugs, honey. Thank you.
Ready to go, Judge? Ready. Ma'am, state your name for the record.
Angela Boswell.
You are Megan Boswell's mother.
I am.
Ms. Boswell, you know the purpose of being here today.
I do.
I want to ask you some about Megan's home life and growing up, but I guess I want to ask you first a little bit about yourself.
Okay.
And I'm asking you these questions, Ms. Boswell. I'm not trying to embarrass you or cast any aspersions.
No.
In my opinion, she's high as a kite right now.
You married Tommy Boswell when you were how old?
First time 15.
You speak into that microphone just a little more, please.
The first time 15.
Okay. And when did you become pregnant with your first child with him?
I had my first in April and turned 16 in July. So,
Okay. And who was that child?
Tommy Jr.
Okay. And then you had Megan at some point. How old were you when you had Megan?
There's 8 years difference. I was almost 24.
It's okay. So let's talk about Megan's life growing up. Would it be fair to say that during her lifetime, she's witnessed drug use between you and her father?
Yes.
What type of drugs?
Opiates, mainly.
Scoot up and speak into that so the jury can hear you.
Opiates, mainly.
Did that drug use lead to other problems?
Yeah. Arguments, fighting, yes.
Okay. You say there
strife.
Strife.
That's what it brings, yes. Non-stop.
Is that something that went on pretty much her entire childhood growing up?
Yeah, from the time she was pretty little, yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
Good. Now, did she witness fights between you and her father?
Yes.
Okay. I think at some point her father was convicted of aggravated assault and kidnapping.
Yes.
Were you the victim in that?
Yes. Mm.
I don't think this is going to help
Do
her.
you remember ever taking Megan to any NAAA meetings with you?
Yes, I did.
How old was she when you did that?
She was probably about 7 or 8. First ones I started taking her to 7 or 8, 8 or 9, somewhere around in there.
She is. I'm surprised she even made it to court.
Due to the strife in your home, was she raised by her grandparents to some degree?
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. What were their names?
Mary and Danny Boswell.
Okay. Mary Boswell, would that be who's known as a mommy?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
These problems, do you feel that it's partly your fault, the problems Megan's experienced?
No, absolutely. Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Now, unfortunately, your problems, that they went on up into, we saw a video in here of you being brought down from the jail to talk to
Wouldn't that be some shit?
20.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So even up until the time she went to jail, you were in and out of jail.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I've been.
Have you been convicted of numerous crimes?
I think she is too.
Now, have you managed to straighten up at this point?
I have, yes.
Are you hoping to?
Yes, I pray every day and just, to do my best and try. I've learned the importance of a mother's role, but not for Megan, I didn't.
All right.
I failed her on that miserably.
And you're here asking the jury to give her a sentence of life as opposed to life without.
Yes. Maggie is at her core. She is a generous, kind person. And through all Maggie's went through, Maggie still has potential. You know, she was trying so hard. You know, she didn't repeat my mistakes. Maggie learned from my mistakes. And she was trying to do better.
She learned all right.
You know, she wasn't repeating. And I think she got saddled with, you know, just because of my mistakes that she did. That was not it. That was not the case with them.
Would it be fair to say she didn't have a good role model for the mother?
No, she did not.
Answer any of Ms. Massengill or Mr. Harper's questions.
I don't have any questions, Judge.
Thank you.
Judge, at this time, I have some judgments of conviction on Tommy Boswell. I'd like to put in by agreement with Mr. Harper.
No objection, Judge.
Okay. I'd ask these to be made the next 4 exhibits.
Mr. Scott, I'm going to enter the case number 61078 as exhibit 263. And the other 3 pages are 3 counts of the same case. So I'll make that a collective 263.
What is that case number, Your Honor?
62497. Yeah, the first page is 263, case 61078, and case 62497. Those 3 pages, 264.
Your Honor, defense would call Gail Kite. Kite.
Well, they sure do things backwards.
I believe so, Your Honor. I'll have her spell it. I think she was a witness in the trial, but I'll go back to that.
Raise your right hand and state your name, please.
Gail Kite.
Ms. Kite, you solemnly swear from testimony you got to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Speaking of that microphone.
Ms. Kite, good morning.
Good morning.
Just so I make sure here, spelling your last name, is it K-Y-T-E?
It is.
And Ms. Kite, you've previously testified in this hearing as a state's witness. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, thank you for coming back for this part of it. I know Ms. Boswell appreciates that. How long have you been working in foster care?
15 years.
Do you remember when Megan Boswell came to you?
I do.
Do you recall what kind of shape she was in or state?
She was in bad shape. She was one of the worst children that I'd brought in as far as neglect.
What do you mean by that?
She was very malnourished. She's very skinny. Her hair was matted to her head with lice. Impossible to even get a comb through.
Okay. Well, when she came to you, were you given any background? I imagine in foster care, you're given background or information of where this child is coming from. Were you giving any of that?
I was.
And what were you preparing for?
In the intake papers, it mentioned trauma. It mentioned rape.
Did it give you any background or any information about her family background or makeup?
Not really.
Okay. Now, you said she came to you with lice. What did you do to try to help Megan?
Well, I took her to a beauty shop because there was no way to even begin to get a comb through. It was horrible. The beauty shop wouldn't touch it. They told me I offered to pay him $100 to go out back to cut her hair. And they said that they couldn't do it. Finally, the agency that we were with found a beautician that met me at a church that was willing to come in and give Megan a haircut. They gave her a bob, which looked really cute on her. But even after that we could get a comb through, it took close to 3 weeks, maybe a month to get rid of the lice. Were just so bad. I had to get prescription medicine from the doctor. We got 2 bottles of that. I bought the comb that you run through that's supposed to kill the lice. And I know I practically traumatized the poor child because we'd go out on the porch and I'd run that comb through trying to make sure we got all the lice, and she'd sit there and tears would run down her hair. She got tired of me. It wasn't a pleasant situation. And then even when you do that, you still got to go through, you've got to thoroughly clean the bedding. Everything in the room has to be taken down, washed in hot water. But it was a rough time for her, very rough.
And you may have said, but she came to you how old?
She was 17 years old.
She was pregnant.
17, pregnant, scared, didn't have a place to go.
And you believe that she had been raped or violently sexually assaulted. Were you given any background or information about her family, her mom and her dad?
I knew Mom was in and out of jail, and I knew her daddy owned a business.
Okay. Were you able to come to the opinion that she essentially came from a dysfunctional family?
I did.
Okay. And how long did she stay with you?
She stayed 4 months. When she came in, we got to work, got rid of the lice, got her registered for school. Where she was pregnant, she chose to do online schooling. She worked really hard getting her diploma. If a test didn't go right, she was on the phone the next day with the counselor getting it reset. I never had any problems trying to get her to do her schoolwork or anything. She hung with it.
She ever caused you any problems, disciplinary wise, or anything like that?
No.
Never?
No.
And did she seem to be thriving in a structured environment?
She did. She did.
Was she making friends?
She did.
Did she seem to be progressing and coming out of the state she was in when she came to you?
She very much so.
And she was with you for 4 months. Did you form a bond with her?
Oh, I did. We took up together immediately. It was during the winter. She learned me how to play card games. Winter days, we'd sit there and we'd play. Baby'd sleep. We'd play cards. But we formed a bond.
Did you take her to doctor's appointments?
I did.
How did she seem to feel about becoming a mother?
She was very excited.
Did you have conversations with her about that?
I did.
Did she seem to fully understand her roles and responsibilities of what was going to be required of her?
She did. Megan practically raised her younger sister Charlotte and her brother Elijah. She had plenty of experience with younger children.
How did you know that?
Well, mostly from conversations with Megan, and just I could tell by the way she took care of Evelyn at the house. You know, she knew how to heat bottles. She knew how to change the diapers. She got up when the baby cried.
Did you ever have to tell her to do those things?
No, me and my husband never once woke up those 4 months when Evelyn woke up in the middle of the night. Megan would take care of her very well.
And I asked you, and I want to clarify that if you ever took her to doctor's appointments, she was with you when she was with you. She came to you pregnant. Did you go to the prenatal appointments?
I did.
And did you go to follow-up appointments with Evelyn's pediatrician?
I did.
Okay. So you were involved through the whole process, really?
Those 4 months, yes.
Okay. At some point in time, was Megan taken from your home and placed back somewhere else?
She done trial visits to go back to Tommy's.
Okay.
There's a process in the foster care system.
I understand.
She done weekend visits, or at first it was just visits, and then it led to weekend visits.
How did she feel about that?
She seemed okay with it.
Eventually, was Megan placed back in the custody and care of her family?
She was. She went back to Tommy's house.
Tommy, you mean her father?
Yes,
Okay. And did you maintain contact with her?
I did.
How often?
We text back and forth over it wasn't a daily time, but I want to say once a month, couple times, sometimes couple times a week. It's just according to what was going on and what pictures she had took of Evelyn.
When you were talking to her, did you eventually learn that maybe things were kind of getting back off the tracks again?
I did. In April, I received a call from her foster care worker saying that Megan had been needed some help and would, even though she had was out of the foster care system, would I be willing to go and help her out? And I said, no problem. So I called Megan. She told me that her mother had dropped her off at a church. She had drove off and left her and Evelyn there. She had took Evelyn's diaper bag, the baby's supplies. So I told her I'd be right there. I went and picked her up. We went to Walmart, bought baby bottles, formula, diapers, the stuff that a baby would need.
Where did you take her?
We went back to my home. She spent the night. Her and Evelyn they took showers, a good night's sleep. But then the next morning, she wanted to go back to her mother's family's home.
Where's that at?
Now, I'm not sure. The place that I took, her grandfather was in the hospital, and she wanted to go there to meet up with her family. So when she left my home, I drove her to the hospital in Kingsport, and she assured me that she would be perfectly fine, and her and Evelyn got out.
It'd be fair to say that Megan wasn't getting maybe the familial support from her parents that she was needing at that time.
Yes.
Okay. I imagine over this time, Ms. Kite, that did you ever meet Tommy Boswell Sr. or her mother, Angela?
I had never met Angela, but I'd met Tommy several times.
You said You agreed that she probably come from a dysfunctional family. Let me ask you this. She lived with you for 4 months and you stayed in contact with her after she moved out. It's your opinion, you know her, you talked to her. You think Megan ever knew what a normal family looked like?
No. No.
Did she crave that?
I think so.
Was she wanting that for Evelyn?
How can you crave something if you don't know what it is?
I think so.
Well, it's obvious why we're here today. You know why you're testifying. Are you asking this jury to just give her life?
I am, with the possibility of parole. This child has been traumatized. She's made bad mistakes that has to be paid for. But I think she deserves a chance to come back out to the real world. I don't think she's irredeemable. I think
by that time with her, she will be definitely irredeemable.
Become a functioning citizen.
Ms. Scott, I thank you again. If you would answer any questions that the state has for you.
Nothing from the state judge.
Judge, we call Mary Boswell.
Yeah, and I just talked about that the other day. They're institutionalized. Yeah, that would be her. Guilty on all charges, Annabella. Now they're doing sentencing.
Raise your right hand, man. State your name for me.
Mary Boswell.
Ms. Boswell, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Can I see record and speak to that now?
Okay.
Ms. Boswell,
Mhm.
I'm Gene Scott. How are you?
Pretty good.
We're here today because the jury's trying to decide how long Megan will have to stay in prison. I want you to, I guess, your name is Mary Boswell.
Not Mary Boswell.
Okay. How do you know Megan?
Sir,
How do you know Megan?
she's my granddaughter.
Okay. Are you Tommy Boswell's mother?
Yes, sir.
And obviously you've known Megan her whole life.
All of her life, I started keeping her from the time she was 2 months old till she was grown, off and on, not all the time, but off and on.
Why was that in part because of problems between your son and her mother, Angela?
Sir?
Was that because her parents were having problems?
No, she just loved me and her papa, and she stayed with us, and we loved her, and so we keep her a lot.
Okay. Were you aware of the violence issues between Tommy and Angela?
No, I didn't live in their home or nothing. I don't know nothing about what went on in their home, sir.
Okay.
We'd pick her up and keep her until she want to go back and like that, off and on.
Okay. And have you always lived down there on the same property Tommy lives on? Or?
I've now lived there for maybe 20 years, 21 or 2 or something like that.
She lived there almost all Megan's life.
Yeah, yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir.
Okay.
Mine too. I see you.
And you're aware You told me, I think one of Megan's role models was your husband, your late husband.
So,
Your late husband, he was one of Megan's role models.
yes, we loved her like she belonged to us.
Okay. When did he pass, man?
11 and a half years ago. Soon be 12 this summer.
So that would have been when Megan was, I guess, what?
Yeah, maybe 12 years old or
12
something.
years old.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that take an impact on her?
Yes, it did.
And are you here asking this jury for leniency today?
Yes, sir, I am.
Asking them not to give her a sentence of life without parole?
I hope they don't, sir. I love her like I hope they don't give her the sentence like that. I'd love to give her my home if I could take her home today. That's how much I love her.
I understand. Thank you, Ms. Boswell. Is there any Mr. Harper or Ms. Massey?
No questions, sir.
Ms. Boswell, thank you so much.
Okay, I'm ready.
Thank you for going down there.
Out here that
That's not subject to recall. You're welcome to stay in the courtroom.
okay.
We approach.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you go with the officer for just a minute. It won't take long.
Everyone stand, please.
I did, Sharon. I don't think they have an update on those yet. Are you talking about the skeletal ones? Yeah, I don't think there's an update on that yet.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Approach.
She was found guilty on all
We
charges.
talked about this.
They're doing the phase, the
You
sentencing
understand you
days
have a
now.
right not to testify.
Yes.
No one can force you to testify.
Yes.
We'll start this over since we didn't have the microphone up. Megan, you understand you have a right not to testify, and if you don't testify, the jury may not draw any inferences from that failure to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Likewise, you have a right to testify. No one could keep you from testifying if you wanted to.
Yes.
After consulting with me, Mr. Ford, and talking about your case and hearing what's happened here in court and all the evidence, do you wish to testify or not?
No,
You do not wish to testify?
I do not wish to testify.
And Ms. Boswell, you're still under oath from yesterday or the day before. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you can't get up there and plead for your little ass, huh? Can't get up there and say how sorry you are.
And before we bring the jury in,
Can't say you made a mistake.
when we excuse the officer,
Because it's over now.
click the contents of one.
Don't matter now.
And the cover page. And I gave that to the court reporter. And that would be
You don't want to
designated as
try to get
A, the letter
parole?
for identification only, so that it's part of the record as to what those notebooks were. All right.
Now there's that little song, you stupid little bitch. I can fuck with you, you stupid little bitch. That's not a very smart move on this part. I ought to get up there and play it everything I got. Please don't put me in jail, master, for the rest of my life. Please, jury. That's when your acting should have come in place, Miss Megan. I mean, seriously, I see you. No matter now. That's when her acting should have come in place, honey. She should have looked her grandma straight in the eye. I'm sorry. I wish I could have come home where you could have gave me that house today. Oh, mommy. What just happened? Why are they doing that?
Judge, stay with introduce it.
We're playing with the cameras. Smiley ain't doing nothing. Court TV needs to quit playing with them buttons, honey. Yeah, nerdy girl, I ain't touching nothing. I ain't refreshing nothing. I ain't doing nothing. Promise. Cross my heart. Oh, they actually are showing the jury. They need to be careful.
You understand?
It's ready, Mr.
Yeah, they did just show some of the jurors. They need to stop. Yeah, I'm trying to keep my hands up here so y'all know it's not me. Thank you all for being here and coming in. No, she's sitting down behind Megan. I don't know why they're doing that. That's kind of weird. They're having technical difficulties. Yeah, I know. Yeah, they're having technical difficulties. It ain't Smiley this time. Oh, let's hope not. Let's hope somebody didn't bring that to the attention. They get all this shit thrown out. I'm telling you, this is just not good. Let's just get this day over with, honey. They showed about 3 or 4 jurors. See, I don't know if Scott's doing it today or not, but they were watching court TV right there on their desk. I have it on my community page. So, yeah, hopefully, are they trying to edit that out? Okay, good. A little bit late now, but okay. Yeah, Kiki, he's going to get fired if he keeps on or put in jail for 10 days. Jesus. Maybe if he gets put in jail for 10 days, the judge needs to be put in jail for 10 days. I'm just saying, hey, he's done doxed 3 jurors himself. Just saying. Yeah. Well, one of them, Mohawk Mom, was a actual juror. She was late coming back yesterday. I thought, okay, it's going to be okay. Nobody will notice it's the alternate jurors. But then when the other juror was late coming back, it was wild. Yeah, maybe they're editing it all out. But that's court TV. They're not the only cameras in there, you know? I haven't either, Ginger Snap. And good morning, honey. Thank you for being in here. I haven't seen a trial go this way. This is very odd to me. Main Mama 3 yesterday. Are you talking about the jurors? Yesterday. He named, they usually go by numbers. That's why they did not read the verdict live this morning until after the jury had left with audio, which was crazy because he was reading the names. All he had to do was read them by number. Juror number 1, is this your verdict? Juror number 2, is this your verdict? On up to 12 or whatever. Not Mary Ann Smith, is this your verdict? Joe Carl Jones, is this your verdict? That's a no-no. What the hell? Law and Crime is doing the same thing with having technical difficulties, Millie? Yeah, this jury has to decide if she gets life with or without parole. And the people that's speaking on her behalf now are coming in to talk about whether she gets life or life without parole. But look, or whether they think she should. And her mother was higher than a kite. I don't care what nobody says. That lady was freaking high. Why did he... Somebody go see what Trev time. Is he saying anything about it? I do too. We don't need no more time wasted. Yeah, when the grandmother was entering, and that's why they kept going back and forth. Okay, I see you sent me a screenshot. Hold on a minute. Thank you. Okay, hold on. Oh my God. Yep. We see at least 3. 1, 2, 3. What the hell? That judge is going to be, he is either going to cut cameras or he's going to put somebody in jail. Okay. Wow. I'm going to put this in my memberships because, I mean, it's out there, but I don't want to put it on the... Y'all, that is crazy. You got to tap on it. You got to tap on it to make it bigger. That judge is going to be highly pissed. I'm just saying. Is Trevor back on? No. He's on. When I say that, I'm sorry. He is on. He's got a Facebook page, and so he's been kind of keeping things updated. Sorry, because he is in the courtroom. Sorry. I just wondered if he had heard if they, because I'm sure this judge is I just wondered if he had heard if they turn it off. Because I'm sure this judge, I'm sure he's very pissed. Very pissed. Trying to see if I see anything else. Okay, someone new. Oh, he's got some cute pictures up. He hasn't posted anything new right now, I see. That's what I'm thinking, Sharon. Or it's going to cause problems. I don't know that she's already charged, but yeah, that's what I'm saying, Fun to Ski. Probably nothing yet. Shouldn't be. Shouldn't be. No, I don't think it will cause one. It's just going to cause, I guarantee y'all it's going to cause problems down the road, though. Oh my God. Was it his comment, though, or was it from somebody else? Fuck. This is bullshit. I mean, I'll just ask it myself. I just sent him a message. See if he'll answer me. I'm sure he's probably getting a ton of messages right now. And myself, I don't think the cameras should get banned. Only because the judge used their name yesterday. Again, like somebody asked, what's the difference? What's the difference? Maybe they should ask the jurors how they feel about it. Thank you for watching Court TV. Okay, they're not having trouble anymore. It just says thank you for watching Court TV. Are they coming back or not? Hello. Yeah, they've been told they've had many of chances. But you know what? Camera was warned from day one. They get contempt, 10 days in jail. I say, do what you say what you mean, put them in jail. Sorry. If that's too harsh, I'm sorry. It don't mean go splattering everybody all over TV. Yeah, he's still there, but he hasn't answered me yet. I just sent him a private message. He's still there. He ain't going nowhere till this is over, honey. Hold on. Okay. Court TV said, update, our feed was shut down per orders of the judge. The camera, okay, somebody said the camera was going crazy. Huh. So, blame the camera freaking guy. All right. So, damn it. All right, is there anybody else we can see? Hold on a minute. Hold your horses. Oh. My God. Okay, so that happened. Yeah, they was trying to hurry up and edit it out. That's why they stopped and was going back and forth, but it was too late. That's why it was acting wonky. That is correct. Maybe local news station. All right, so let's see. Hold on. Let me try this. Hold on a minute. I really don't know if we're going to get anybody else because he probably shut all the cameras down. That's why I don't like somebody that don't do what they say and say what they mean. Law and crimes like that too.
A childhood friendship that turned into a feud and ended with shots fired.
Mm-mm. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to see. That's what I'm going through right now, trying to see. All right, let me look at something here. Hold on just a minute. I'm still looking. Hold on.
Essentially murders their children.
Okay, I don't see any more
She
live
murders their
coverage, but
sons.
we
And so
will.
the Medea syndrome is when a
But we will watch the rest of this.
mother seeks revenge
We'll
on
continue
a
this.
spouse, typically
Maybe something will happen. They'll get back
for infidelity or
after
just
they get
out of anger and frustration. However, that's too literal of interpretation. So the Medea syndrome also encompasses. It's more subtle. It can be more broadly defined in terms of
Dr. John talking about Megan
essentially
Boswell
if a
last night.
mother is in if a mother is not getting what they want, if there's obstacles in their way, they will harm a child. They may harm a child to remove those obstacles. And so you see a subtler version. This is a subtler version of the Medea syndrome, and I believe, in the sense that Megan starts a new job in December.
This is hidden true crime, full credit.
And she
Go
meets
sub up to them.
Hunter in December, and she perceives Hunter as kind of her prince in shining armor, right? Her knight in shining armor.
Someone that's going to rescue her, maybe.
Right. Someone is going to rescue her. His family owns this restaurant. They seem to be stable. They seem to be everything that she didn't have as a child.
Oh shit.
And there's a big problem.
Oh freak. Oh, I done messed everything up. I done messed everything up, honey. Let me just tell y'all. Trevor Lee said, I just messed everything up. Trevor Lee said the jury was showed on camera that caused the feed to be taken down. The cameraman was given 10 days in jail. They put him in jail for 10 days, honey. 10 days. He got his 10 days in jail. So, yep, they did. The judge put him in jail for 10 fracking days. 10 days. Here we go. So, there we go. There we go. Well, he ain't going to be going to work for 10 days, I can tell you that. Yep. Now I just got to go back and find, I'm sorry. I got to go back and find, because I turned it off. Hold on a minute. I apologize. Hold on. Lord have mercy. Me and my buttons.
Did Hunter ever ask about Evelyn? No. Did he ever talk about Evelyn? No. In other words, Hunter is completely indifferent to Evelyn. Hunter isn't interested in Evelyn. He doesn't care about Evelyn. If he has a future, if he's going to have a future with Megan, he doesn't want Evelyn in the picture.
He's not interested in Evelyn.
Right. He's not interested in Evelyn. And so Megan, if she wants this fantasized future with her knight in shining armor, who happens to have a daughter who's mean, then Megan has to figure out a way to overcome that obstacle. And this is a version of the Medea syndrome in the sense that I believe potentially, again, I'm speculating here, but part of this murder, I think, is because she perceives that her daughter is an inconvenience to realizing this fantasy of the perfect life with Hunter. So it's not revenge. It's not revenge, but it's killing a child as a means to an end. So the child is seen not as an end to be loved in and of themselves, but as a means. The murder is a means to get what she wants in her life, just as Medea murders Jason and her children. Actually, Medea murders the children as a means to get back at Jason. The goal is revenge. The means is murder of her children, so that Jason will suffer the rest of his life. The means here is murdering her daughter Evelyn to have this fantasized perfect life that she never had when she was a child. And we, by the way, so one of the most blatant examples of this type of behavior is I know we have some listeners in the UK. There was a well-known case, Louise Porton, who was 23 years old. She murdered her 2 daughters, and the reason she did it was because, quote, they got in the way of my sex life, unquote.
Gosh.
So the end is the same. She wants to be independent. She doesn't want her daughters around because apparently she wants to date and have sex with a lot of men. And her 2 daughters, at least with Louise Porton, they present an obstacle. So again, that's a version of the Medea syndrome. I think you have something similar here with Megan Boswell. She's young. She gets pregnant at a very young age. Probably it wasn't a planned pregnancy. She doesn't.
17 years old. 17 years old in foster care. Right.
Right. 17 years old. She gets pregnant. It wasn't planned. There's no father in the picture. She probably feels like she has few options. She sees her daughter as mean, right? Like, in many ways, this is a situation where she just sees her daughter as an inconvenience in her life. And so that's the tragedy, right? The tragedy here is not valuing this child who's completely innocent. Not valuing this child, which her best friend said in court is a happy-go-lucky, wonderful, beautiful child. Not valuing this child for who she is.
You're right.
And so the tragedy here is that Megan Boswell, because of her past and her childhood and the trauma she experienced and everything I explained, is that she's incapable apparently of seeing her child as this loving, beautiful creature that she is.
Yeah. Blue-eyed baby girl that all of us fell in love with in the photos, and she went missing.
You know, there's another interesting, you didn't play it there, but it occurred fairly quickly after the clip you played. One of her explanations for why she didn't report Evelyn as missing to the detective was that she was, quote, I was afraid of being seen as a bad mother, unquote. Right? That's interesting.
That is interesting.
That's interesting in the sense that and she does cry several times. She cries in court. She cries in the interviews with the detectives to some degree.
She has some emotion, right?
Right. She has some emotion.
It wasn't like watching the Lori Vallow trial when there was only one day she had emotion and it was for seemingly herself. But yeah, there's emotion.
And so the reason I bring this up is because these would be arguments against the third type, the personality disordered mother or the psychopathic mother, right? In the sense that she does seem to have some genuine emotion. She does seem to care to some degree about her daughter being gone. She's inventing this idea, or she's more concerned. I mean, clearly there's a bit of narcissism here because she's concerned about how she comes across rather than her daughter. You know, her father. Clearly. Her father pleads with her to tell her father says, if this is an accident, you need to tell me. I will love you regardless. Like, he's doing everything he can to get her to say what she did, to confess, and to tell everyone where Evelyn is, and she just won't go there. And she won't go there because she doesn't want to, in her words, she doesn't want to be seen as a bad mother. So I guess you could argue. So I could argue that there is something a little psychopathic in that, in the sense that she knows that her daughter is in this trash can and has been decaying in this trash can, and she just won't acknowledge it because she's more concerned about her. She's doing impression management. She's more concerned about her, how people will perceive her and how it affects her, than she is about finding her daughter. But on the other hand, I could argue that part of the reason she's afraid of being seen as a bad mother is because she grew up in such a dysfunctional family, and she was so traumatized that she's trying to, in some ways, just save a little part of herself that she's probably having a hard time hanging on to. This good part of herself, this part of herself that she likes, that she sees as a good person, as a good mother. She's trying to cling to that for dear life. Because of her traumas and because of her experience, her negative experiences as a child. So there, I could make an argument that this would also kind of fit into the traumatized filicide mother category.
Okay. I have a question. Is now a good time, or do you want to keep going?
I think.
Why don't you keep going? I'll hold on to it.
I think those are my main points. So
okay.
Let's open it up. Let's take some questions. Those are my main points, I think, about why I feel like she fits into that category, and why, if I had to guess, just in reconstructing this crime, my guess is that there was some trigger, which could have been something simple.
Age of 12 years old, and that the defendant was over the age of 18. We have proven that. And that is all the state has to prove. And if you believe that the state has proven that beyond a reasonable doubt, we're going to ask that you return a verdict of life without the possibility of parole.
Thank you, General. Mr. Horn.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know the last few days have been emotional for you. It's been emotional for everyone.
Y'all just hold on a minute. We're going back. We're not going to miss nothing. Hold on. And this is not court TV. Hold on a minute.
Maybe seated. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Scott, do you have any other proof?
Defendant rest.
All right. General, closing.
Yes, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be pretty brief. This is obviously the second part of our trial, and the state only has to prove one additional element, the aggravating factor. And in your instructions, you will hear that the factor is If the murder was committed against a person less than 12 years of age and the defendant was 18 years of age or older, we submitted a copy of Evelyn's birth certificate, which will show that she was under the age of 12 at the time that this murder was committed. And it also gives Megan Boswell's birth date, which also proves that Megan was over the age of 18 at the time this was committed. You get to consider not just what was in this hearing today, but anything that you heard in the trial itself. You heard from a few witnesses today.
Thank you.
Talk about Megan's childhood. You're going to get jury instructions on mitigating factors that the defense would like for you to consider. Things like how old Megan Boswell was at the time, Megan Boswell's childhood, the things that she witnessed, role models in her life, etc.
Hey, Andy.
But I submit to you that there are a lot of people who have hard childhoods. There are a lot of people who have babies when they're young, and those people do not kill their children. Those people do not wrap their children in blankets, in foil, and put them in a trash can upside down.
Oh my God. Here we go. Too many shoes. Hello, everybody coming in. Hello, Rhonda. Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Now we got it started back up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I just noticed something. That's how they should have had it
When you
set
look
up
at these
where we can see her face.
mitigating factors, and it looks like they have submitted 11 mitigating factors. I submit to you that lots of people have childhoods like the defendant had, but you heard from her own grandmother that her grandmother and grandfather were stability for her. And I submit to you that just because you have the childhood that you have, and of course we all, you included, have different life experiences, that does not make an excuse for what she did to Evelyn. The defense is telling you that Megan Boswell deserves life with the possibility of parole, which is essentially roughly 51 years in this state, which would mean that Megan Boswell could get out in her late 60s, I believe. I submit to you that Megan Boswell she doesn't deserve that chance. Does Evelyn get the chance when she's 69 years old to start her life again? She doesn't. Neither does Megan. We are going to ask that you continue to hold her accountable. The state has proven the aggravating factor that Evelyn was under the age of 12 years old and that the defendant was over the age of 18. We have proven that. And that is all the state has to prove. And if you believe that the state has proven that beyond a reasonable doubt, we're going to ask that you return a verdict of life without the possibility of parole.
Thank you, John. Horn.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know the last few days have been emotional for you. It's been emotional for everyone. That emotion really began 5 years ago. Not just for this case, but for our community.
He speaks.
And it has had some dividing and rippling effects. You've been sequestered, you haven't seen those things, but we have. We've seen how divided this community is over this case. Perhaps that could last and go on for a long time. You spoke very loud today when you found Megan Boswell guilty. And I think it's time that we end all of this on the right note. You have a chance to do that. I don't, state doesn't, judge doesn't, you do. You can put the defining moment, the period of what people will remember about this case, and perhaps you as jurors, because you did find her guilty. And now you have a chance to do and show the one thing that's been missing for the last 5 years. That's grace and love. We have all, everybody in this room has faith in some way in their life. It may not have resulted in a criminal charge. It may not have resulted in going to prison. But we've done something. We've wanted compassion. We wanted grace. We wanted love. That's how you can end this. And that's how we can start to move on as a community. And you can show her what love looks like. Because you've heard how fractured and dysfunctional her family is. Mr. Scott told you in the trial, he didn't go through a lot of things in her life. I didn't either. But I knew my mom and dad loved me. They loved me to the end. My family now loves me.
And Evelyn could see how much Megan loved her. Okay.
You're going to get a chance. Go back there and show her. You can tell her that she's redeemable. You can end it with grace and love. General Boswell told you about those mitigating factors. You'll get them in your jury instructions.
Evelyn did not have grace,
spare her life and give her life without parole. If there's anything good can come from this, it's that we can all move forward, knowing that you got the verdict that you wanted, and you ended it with the emotion of love and compassion. That's what will be remembered. I hope that's what you did. Don't be remembered for just compounding the tragedy and the tragedy and the tragedy.
He's asking people to love Megan.
The last
Are you serious right now?
Give Evelyn, what you give Megan, what you give this community.
She got a lot of love, all right, from all these men. Oh my God, they stopped the video again. They stopped the video. The video is unavailable. Bailiff come got him. What is going on here? Just give it a minute and see if it comes back up. Yeah, by the time, if she does walk out, she sure ain't gonna have no life anyway. Hey, Canadian Mama Bear, let's see. Watching this court today has taken more time than it took the judge to read the charges. You ain't kidding. What is going on here? So it says video is unavailable. I don't get it. They don't know their butts from a hole in the ground. I just don't understand what's going on. Thank you, Kiki, and everybody for being here. Let me see. Let me see something. Hold on. Here's one. Let's see. Hold on. Oh shit. Okay, hold on a minute. Here's one, but we're gonna have to go back. I'm gonna have just hold on. We'll go back and rewind it. Hold on a minute. I think they're all trying to take their dibs. Hold on a minute. I have to send this one to my link. Oh. Share. Mail. Okay. Well, somebody put WVLT News on here so I can give them credit. Lord, this is a hassle. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Be right with y'all. Hold on, y'all. Just hold on. Hold on. I got it. But hold on a minute. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Evelyn Boswell, Tom.
I'm just trying to get where we don't miss.
In the trash can.
So I was trying to go back.
Wasn't even
Thank
13
you, Andy.
months old. Never had a chance.
WVLT. Okay, I gotta fix this.
We asked that you return a verdict we've requested of life without parole.
Thank you, General. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I've got another set of instructions I've got to read to you. In the criminal court for Sullivan County, Tennessee at Boswell, State of Tennessee versus Megan Boswell, defendant. Case S72869, jury instructions, fixing punishment of life imprisonment or life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Members of the jury, you have now found the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of first-degree murder in the perpetration of first-degree murder as charged in the first count, and first-degree murder in the perpetration of a
They're
felony
doing sentencing now.
as charged in the second and third counts of presentment number S72869.
She was guilty on all
It
charges.
is now your duty to determine, within the limits prescribed by law, the penalty which shall be imposed as punishment for these offenses. Tennessee law provides that a person convicted of first-degree murder and first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony
And the cameraman
shall be
got
punished
thrown in
by
jail for
imprisonment
10
for
days,
life
so that's why we're all over the place.
without possibility of parole or by imprisonment for life. The defendant who receives a sentence of imprisonment for life shall not be eligible for release until the defendant has served at least 51 full calendar years of such sentence. A defendant who receives a sentence of imprisonment for life without parole shall never be eligible for release. In arriving at this determination, you are authorized to weigh and consider any of the statutory aggravating circumstances proved beyond a reasonable doubt, and any mitigating circumstances which may have been risen by the evidence throughout the entire course of this trial, including the guilt-finding phase or sentencing phase or both. The jury is the sole judge of the facts and of the law as it applies to the facts in this case. In arriving at your verdict, you are to consider the law in connection with the facts, but the court is the proper source from which you are to get the law. In other words, you are the judges of the law as well as the facts under the direction of the court. The burden of proof is upon the state to prove any statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily of your verdict. Absolute certainty is not demanded by law, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the verdict. The law makes you, the jury, the sole and exclusive judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to the evidence. The defendant has not taken the stand to testify as a witness during the sentencing hearing, but you shall place no significance on this fact. The burden is on the state to prove any aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. She is not required to take the stand in her own behalf, and her election not to do so cannot be considered for any purpose against her, nor can any inference be drawn from such fact. Statutory aggravating circumstances. Tennessee law provides that no sentence of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole shall be imposed by a jury, but upon a unanimous finding that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of one or more of the statutory aggravating circumstances, which shall be limited to the following. 1. The murder was committed against a person less than 12 years of age, and the defendant was 18 years of age or older. TCA 39-13-204I 1. Members of the jury, the court has read to you the aggravating circumstance which the law requires you to consider if you find proved beyond a reasonable doubt. You shall not consider any other facts or circumstances as an aggravating circumstance in deciding whether imprisonment for life without possibility of parole would be the appropriate punishment in this case. Mitigating circumstances. Tennessee law provides that in arriving at the punishment, the jury shall consider, as previously indicated, any mitigating circumstances raised by the evidence which shall include, but are not limited to, the following. 1. The defendant has no significant history of prior criminal activity. 2. The youth or advanced age of the defendant at the time of the crime. 3. The defendant experienced an unstable and chaotic home life as a small child and teenager. 4. The defendant witnessed domestic violence and physical altercation between her parents in the home. 5. The defendant witnessed her parents participate in drug use and abuse as a child and teenager. 6. The defendant experienced numerous school transfers during her academic career. 7, the defendant's primary positive role model and protector died when she was 12 years of age or 12 years old. 8, the defendant had only limited access to positive family influences throughout her life. 10, the defendant participated as a caregiver to her handicapped brother and younger sister. 11, any other mitigating factor which is raised by the evidence produced by either the prosecution or defense at either the guilt or sentencing hearing. That is, you shall consider any aspect of the defendant's character or record or any aspect of the circumstances of the offense favorable to the defendant which is supported by the evidence. The defendant does not have the burden of proving a mitigating circumstance. There is no requirement of jury unanimity as to any particular mitigating circumstance or that you agree on the same mitigating
They
circumstance.
usually do it separate, but they're doing this all backwards.
Life imprisonment or life imprisonment without possibility of parole. If you do not unanimously determine that a statutory aggravating circumstance has been proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, the sentence shall be life imprisonment. You will write your verdict on the enclosed form attached hereto and made part of this charge. The verdict shall be as follows. We, the jury, unanimously find that the punishment shall be life imprisonment. If you unanimously determine that a statutory aggravating circumstance has been proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall, in your considered discretion, sentence the defendant either to imprisonment for life without possibility of parole or to imprisonment for life. In choosing between the sentences of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole and imprisonment for life, you shall weigh and consider the statutory aggravating circumstance proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt and any mitigating circumstance or circumstances. In your verdict, you shall reduce to writing the statutory aggravating circumstance so found, and you shall return your verdict upon the enclosed form attached hereto and made part of this charge. The verdict should be as follows. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has proven the following listed statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Here lists the statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances found. You shall then indicate on the enclosed verdict form either we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life without possibility of parole, or we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life. The verdict must be unanimous and signed by each juror.
Miss Grace, what do you think on that?
I've got verdict forms for you.
What do y'all think what prison she'll go to, Miss Grace?
Okay. I have verdict forms for you, and I will read those. Verdict form count 1. Punishment of imprisonment for life. We, the jury, unanimously determine that no statutory aggravating circumstance has been proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. We, the jury, therefore find that the sentence shall be imprisonment for life. Signature line, jury foreperson, signature line for each juror to sign. A date with a line. Verdict form count 1 continued. Punishment of imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole or imprisonment for life. We, the jury, unanimously find the state has proven the following statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Check the box of any statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances you find beyond a reasonable doubt. Check box. The murder was committed against a person less than 12 years of age, and the defendant was 18 years of age or older. Below, check one box only. Check box. We, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life without possibility of parole, or check box. We, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to life to imprisonment for life. Signature line, jury foreperson, signature line for each juror. Date, signature, blank. And the same exact form verbatim for counts 2 and count 3. Take the case, consider all the evidence fairly and impartially. Complete one of the 2 forms for each count. And report your verdict to the court.
go with the officers. Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you.
All right, jury's out at 12:09 p.m. to consider sentencing. This court will be in recess, waiting the verdict of the jury.
Court stands in recess.
Okay, so are they in recess for lunch or until the jury makes a decision?
Whatchamacallit, cameos, and presented it like
So
he
he
had
takes
these
situations and he capitalizes on them.
Yeah, he amplifies them. And Alicia, no, Brittany has never hit 1K thumbs up. Brittany.
Okay, so are they? Yeah, they go back to decide the sentencing. Isn't that right? They go back to decide the sentencing and then until they make a decision. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. So, yeah. So hold on a minute. So for those coming in, the reason we're all over the place is because the court TV camera guy showed 3 people in the jury when Evelyn's grandmother was walking up to say whether she thought she should get life or trying to say something good on her side or whatever. When they did that, the cameraman, they stopped all cameras. We did get to hear her testify. However, all hell broke loose. They shut all media down, and the camera guy got 10 days in jail. So that happened. Then we were having a hard time finding somebody to let us see it. They did eventually let the cameras come back in. I don't think Court TV's back in, but that's why we were going to different stations. They did move the cameras behind the jury, as you see, and that's why we're struggling from different angles. It was a local station that was filming it. Okay, sorry, it was a local. I stand corrected. It was a local. They're saying, not a Court TV. It was a local station that was filming it. So they got put in jail. I apologize. I just hadn't seen Court TV back up. So that happened. And now they're doing they did the closing arguments and for the sentencing. And we're waiting on that now. Yep, that's what they said. Trevor Lee sent a note out and I put it on my community post. I shared that. He is in the courtroom. And so yeah. I guess after all that, because he threatened to put them in jail the other day. So they got 10 days contempt of court. Sure did, Mama Bear. Yep. I don't know. Yeah, go get you some lunch, Janice. Hopefully we'll have a update soon. Oh, you're welcome, Kimberly. Thank you for being here. I don't think it'll take too much longer either. I was really surprised they come back this quick this morning with a verdict. I honestly think they probably had their mind made up yesterday evening, but they were probably a little nervous that if they brought it out yesterday evening, in my opinion, that they would be there all night with all they probably didn't know what to expect. So they probably come in there this morning, told them, went back to the room, told them they had a verdict, and off we went. Because, you know, when they first come on, we didn't see anything for 30 minutes. The judge didn't even come out and say, good morning, you're dismissed, you know, go, whatever. It was just they had a verdict. That's what I saw on my channel anyway. I was like, holy crap. Hey, Laura. Good morning. Thank you, Blue Angel. Thank you for being here. Oh, I've enjoyed you hanging out with me. I haven't enjoyed, you know, I have not enjoyed what this trial is about. I have not enjoyed seeing things that I've seen that y'all haven't even seen on here. I have not enjoyed hearing what I had to hear or covering a baby's live trial, baby Evelyn, and seeing once again, the monsters in this world. It's very, you know, I don't like it, but I'm glad to see justice, and I like seeing, because I had doubt. I did have doubt. I don't think the prosecutors did a real good job, but they did a good enough job because she got found guilty on all charges. You know, but you know what I mean, Blue Angel. This is the first live trial that I did, and you know, it's good practice for future things to come, I hope. Because I hope others like Sebastian and I hope he's alive, but I hope he gets justice, and I think he will, and I hope others get justice, and it's a stepping stone and learning, and you grow, you know. Thank you, ICU. So I enjoyed it, and I appreciate everybody that's come in and supported me, supported Evelyn, because there's so, you know, I found there was a lot of people covering this trial. You could have been anywhere you chose to be. And I've had people just come in and say, hey, I just wanted to come in and say hi, give you a thumbs up. That means the world to me. Y'all don't understand. It means so much to me. I really appreciate that. Because Lord only knows. I really don't know what I was doing, but I'm doing the best I can. I'm doing the best I can over here. And I think the right thing will be done. Yeah, and you're right, Canadian Mama Bear. It gives my followers time or a chance. Hey, Lady 7 Up, love you, hugs. It gives my followers a chance to mingle with each other. I was told a long time ago, some people, and you know, I look at it that way too. Some people, you know, like to come in and chat and get to know each other and talk, and I don't mind that in my chat. Thank you, Sharon. And you know, it gives them something to do, and thank you always. Thank you so much. Yeah, it just gives everybody a chance to connect and just kind of get to know each other and stuff. Sometimes I have a lot to say. Sometimes I don't have much to say at all. sometimes I'm thinking and reading, just like during this trial, I felt like I didn't have much to say, but it's a lot to take in sometimes. I'll be in the courtroom for summer. I see you said, yeah. Sunny days. Let's see. I was new to the case and everyone was so generous answering my questions. Oh, yeah. Everybody here's usually, if they don't know the questions, they'll certainly go and try to find the answers. If I don't know, I just simply say, I don't know, honey. My mods are usually pretty good about that, but I will actually go, try to look it up or find it or whatever. And this is not, like I said, I was so much on Summers. I knew this case and I followed it enough to know what was going on, but I learned a lot during this trial because I was not as into this case as I was Summers. So I didn't know everything about this case. I learned a lot as y'all did. And I didn't follow it as heavy as everyone else did. But I don't know how anybody could harm that beautiful baby. And I don't know how anybody can harm any child. There's no excuse. To me, there's no excuse. Oh, I'm glad you found me too, Marguerite. I'm glad. Yeah, sometimes you just have to step away for the bad parts. You just have to, for your own sanity. They're trying to find out what the sentence is now. They're debating that now, whether it's going to be life without parole or life with parole, basically. And I'm hoping, can't speak for everybody else, but I'm hoping without parole. Baby Evelyn has no chance to come back and be alive and get out there and live a life and play on them swing sets, go to prom, get married, decide if she wants to be a coochie mama or bluesy like her mama, or be an upstanding citizen and maybe be a doctor someday, or a beautician, or work at a chicken house, or work for a judge, or whatever her little heart desires that she wants to grow up and be. No, she is gone forever. So hopefully she's resting in peace now, in Jesus's arms, flying high with the angels. No more suffering, no more pain, no more diaper rashes, no more meanness from her mother, not the other way around. Yeah, we were watching that earlier. We have a little bit more of that. We were watching that. Let me see if I can pull that back up. I think I put it back down. Hold on a minute. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. He's going to take questions now.
simple, like Evelyn
Y'all go sub to this channel.
wanting
Full
to be
credit goes to
fed
Hidden True Crime.
and being excessively hungry, or even maybe he wanted her diaper changed, something very simple. And her daughter became frustrated and perhaps maybe hit her or scratched her or something. And Megan became enraged because Megan already has this perception of her 13-month-old daughter as being mean and cruel. Megan fought back. She's got this other fantasy, this fantasized life with Hunter kind of on the horizon. She's got this job at Hunter's restaurant, right? She's picturing this way out of her current life. She's picturing this way out of all this pain and trauma she experienced as a child. She's picturing this path to happiness, and Evelyn doesn't fit on that path. So you have this provocation. She overreacts. It may have been impulsive. I think she may have been thinking about this. I think there may be some premeditation in the sense that she probably was thinking about this crime for a little bit, but it was the provocation of a moment. In a moment, I think she overreacted, kind of like shaken baby syndrome. A lot of times that happens for similar reasons. It's impulsive. So I think in a moment, she probably acted impulsively. She harmed Evelyn, murdered her. May or may not have been an accident. I think there probably was some degree of premeditation.
With the overkill, I don't think it was an accident.
With the overkill.
And somebody even mentioned Evelyn likely wanted her diaper changed. She was half unzipped in her penguin onesie.
Okay. Yeah, that's, geez.
So sad.
And so it didn't, the tragedy here is that it didn't, whatever the provocation was, it probably didn't take much for, this was like an accident waiting to happen. With Megan's background and the traumas she experienced and the violence in her home, like she knew violence.
Yeah.
And she saw the world as threatening. She saw her daughter as threatening. I don't think it took much to push her over the edge. Yeah. And so I think that's how this happened.
Let me ask you this question and give some thoughts about it. What's the psychology behind the way she hid the body in the playhouse? And I'm going to suggest that you already answered this when you said that everything was her own projection, and she is the one who is mean, and she believes her family is mean, and her upbringing is mean, and her parents are mean. It is interesting to me and to other people that not only did she put her daughter, or allegedly, innocent until proven guilty, but allegedly, according to the state, put her baby.
Well, she could be acquitted and she still could have committed the crime, but yeah.
I don't want to have to take our video down if there's
right. She allegedly,
then put the trash can in her childhood playhouse in the backyard, not throwing it away and not going back and getting it. So I think that people do want to understand, is there some symbolism there to putting her daughter in a place, that she knew as a child?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think in many cases of filicide, like all of the crimes we talk about, things are not totally clear cut. So even though she may have had this provocative moment where she murders her daughter, she still loves her. There's still a part of her that feels very connected to her daughter. There's a part of her that wants her daughter to have believe it or not, even though she murdered her, there's a part of her that has this fantasy that her daughter is going to have a happy childhood. And I think part of this is trying to preserve that. There's definitely a high level of denial here. If there wasn't, her father pleading with her to say, hey, where is she? Even if her father pleads with her and says, look, Megan, if this was an accident, come clean. It's okay. Well, the courts will sort it out. we need to know where your baby is.
Hmm.
And she can't do it. And I think part of putting her in the playoffs is trying to preserve this fantasy that nothing went wrong, that nothing happened. She's trying to, there's something really regressive about it.
Yeah.
She's trying to rewrite history. She's got a dead baby, but by putting her there, I think you're right. I think she's trying to rewrite the past and feel as if this didn't happen, and feel as if, maybe she obviously she probably recognized that what she did was a mistake. She certainly, I think, recognized the wrongfulness of it.
Yeah.
But the short answer is it's a reflection of the turmoil and the conflict she feels about having murdered her child and finding a way to have it make sense to her. And specifically a way in which she can somehow preserve her daughter's memory and create this fantasy that maybe what she did wasn't that bad or that wrong, something like that.
Okay. Another question, and I can't find it right now, so I'm not going to pin it, but somebody asked, and there have actually been many questions about Hunter, the alleged ex-boyfriend Hunter that we've been talking about, that Megan was allegedly obsessed with, and motive, possibly, a relationship with him. He is been involuntarily, put into a psychiatric hospital and has been told that we've been told in court that he has been diagnosed with schizophrenia. And a lot of people have wondered and asked, well, could stress bring on schizophrenia? And I don't think that's the case, that stress creates schizophrenia. But so maybe, can you talk about that a little bit too? Because this is a question I've seen over and over again in the chats, in Facebook groups during the trial, that people are trying to understand. Because certainly there's like two teams here that, he didn't want to testify. So all of a sudden he's mentally ill, and other people are like, oh my gosh, did this cause it? Being called, being accused of doing something to Evelyn. Help us understand this when it comes to a diagnosis of schizophrenia.
So assuming that's an accurate description of what's going on with him, that he's in a mental institution. I know that, there was some talk in trial that I believe, was it his father, there's days when he doesn't know who he is, he doesn't remember his name, right? That if, let's assume this is fairly severe schizophrenia, and schizophrenia occurs on a spectrum in the same way that autism does, but there's different levels of schizophrenia, and we talked about that, and psychosis too. We talked about that during the Delphi trial a lot, but that was a big issue. But I think current research would suggest that schizophrenia often develops in young adulthood, so that would be consistent with Hunter. But there tends to be a genetic propensity towards schizophrenia, and there's something called the diathesis stress model, which is that the manifestation of schizophrenia is going to be more likely and more severe if you're exposed to a large amount of stress or stressors. So one of the elements of treating schizophrenia is not just medication, which would include antipsychotics, but trying to reduce stress in the environment. So someone who's schizophrenic, years ago I worked with a very severe schizophrenic veteran, and he had a really abusive mother. And he kept, he had this love-hate relationship with his mother. He kept wanting to go home and visit her. And every time he would go home and visit her, he would come back floridly psychotic. He would stop taking his medication. He would be disoriented from reality. He would get drunk. It was a disaster. He would become suicidal. And so one of the parts of treatment is to talk about ways to regulate or reduce that stress. And, how can he start limiting his, going to see his mother, of course, is something I'm not going to argue against, but every time he went to see her, she would pile on abuse, more abuse after abuse. And so, the question is, how do you reduce stress in the environment? How do you create an environment that's less stressful so that you can regulate, or you can kind of modulate these symptoms of schizophrenia? I mean, medication is going to be the first step. Obviously, that's the main intervention. But after that, you definitely want to try to create an environment that's relatively calm and balanced. And so, arguably, if Hunter, my guess is that Hunter has some genetic tendency towards schizophrenia.
Mm-hmm.
And if I don't know his family, obviously, but there might be some family history of that. And so he finds himself in this quagmire with he starts dating Megan, and he finds himself in this very difficult quagmire that's just filled with stress, and whatever that propensity was towards schizophrenia was exacerbated by this situation. The online trolls, the people that were labeling him as a killer, all of that. It didn't create the schizophrenia. I don't think it created the psychotic break, but I think it was certainly a contributing factor to, if he had this underlying genetic propensity towards schizophrenia, it could have accelerated the onset of schizophrenia.
Yeah. Thank you. Butter Biscuit asks, by the way, I love your name, Butter Biscuit, either that or I'm really hungry. Maybe that's it. We haven't had dinner. But Butter Biscuit is asking, Dr. John, is there a condition that Megan could have to be able to lie so much and be so convincing? I know you touched upon how it could be traits of something, but yeah, I mean, it is mind-blowing watching her just lie and lie and lie and lie, and we will never know what's true and what isn't.
Yeah, that condition would be called severe denial.
Okay.
That condition would be, I mean, it wouldn't be unexpected. Again, going back to this idea that she wants to see herself as this loving mother. So you clearly have this dissonance or the discrepancy between being a loving mother and having murdered your child, or allegedly murdered your child, right? And so in order to cope with that reality, something has to give.
Right.
And what gives is the fact that she's going to downplay and deny and minimize the fact that she murdered her daughter, right? So she's created this alternative reality about giving her daughter to her mother, or giving her daughter to Ethan, or like anything any of these far-fetched scenarios she can create, which, by the way, her Tommy's whatever else his issues are, Tommy's an astute guy, right? And he's talking to her and he's pleading with her, and he says, "You need to stop playing me." He said, "You need to stop playing me, girl. I see right through this." Right? He knows that this is denial. He knows she's lying. I mean, everyone knows that. But yeah, the condition is just denial is a form of self-protection. Denial is a defense mechanism for our inability to deal with reality. And the reality is that she murdered her child, or allegedly murdered her child. And that's a reality that's not pleasant to her, because she wants to think she's a good mother.
Mm-hmm.
And so as long as she can invent this alternative reality and stick to it and deceive people, she's going to do that.
Right. Okay. Interesting. Let's see what else. We have some great questions here. Thank you, everyone, for asking your questions. People asking about the background to this story. We are doing backgrounds on our stories now, and you can head right here, or it's in the description of this video. for the entire playlist, and we start our first video, the entire backstory. Do you feel like people want to, I will just say, for those that are asking, is she borderline? Is she psychopathic? Is she a sociopath? John will say, I'm not diagnosing, so we can't ask those. We can give you tricky things, but we stop on saying this is what's going on.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, the question's a good one because the question is asking again of the three buckets that I talked about that you could kind of place filicide offenders into. The third bucket is the personality disorder bucket, and I made a bit of an argument about why she fits into that in terms of her line and her manipulation, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't, unless I sat down with her and did some testing and did a full clinical and forensic interview. It's hard to really know. I'd want to see the results of like an MMPI and some other tests and a Rorschach and some other things I would use in a forensic evaluation to really make that kind of determination. But I mean, I'd leave that up to our viewers. I think there's an argument to be made here that she fits into the bucket of personality disorders. She does show, again, the argument against her being a psychopath is she does seem to have some genuine emotion.
Yeah, she does. Yeah.
She does seem to have some history of connection to her daughter, in spite of the fact that she sees her as mean. There's, again, with a lot of criminals, nothing. Yeah, throwing. I know.
Yeah.
A lot of times with criminals, things are not entirely clear cut. She can see her daughter as mean, and yet more than anything, she can desire to have a healthy, loving relationship with her. The problem is she doesn't know how to do that because she doesn't have the experience or the template or the model from her own upbringing to enact healthy, to enact any type of a loving, intimate relationship with her daughter. She just doesn't know how to do it. So I think that's got to be a frustration to her. I would say that, so in that sense, I would say that's less psychopathic and more related to attachment failures.
Do you think that she valued Evelyn at times when she received positive attention from people on social media or for being Evelyn's mom? And some people mentioned that they thought that she used Evelyn to try to get Ethan back and then try to get rid of Evelyn when she was trying to, get Hunter's attention. But maybe that's different.
I mean, so the question is, yeah, I mean, now you're getting into some real psychopathic stuff. The question is, does she see her daughter as an object to be used to get what she wants? I don't know. I mean, if that's the case, now you're really getting into that third bucket, because using her, I believe she sees her daughter as an obstacle, I guess, which would be similar to objectifying her. But I mean, I don't know.
That's for us to decide, in other words.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I'm going to leave that up to our gems to figure out.
Monarch is not asking a question, but I thought it was worth putting it up here. Megan felt unwanted by her parents, and Evelyn was loved by Minnie. In other words, jealousy. Many have brought that up, so I pinned Monarchs.
Yeah, that could be an interesting family dynamic.
And Stella Bella says she was desperate for a home, which is interesting too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting dynamic that Evelyn could have been loved in a way that she never felt like she was by Tommy and Angela, by her parents. And so there could have been some jealousy, which, by the way, would contribute to this perception that Evelyn was mean.
To our gem Paula, who attended court today. If you're still here, let us know what you think about the jurors and what you think about the verdict watch happening now in deliberations. Thank you for being here, Paula, and writing me earlier today. I pinned a lot of questions, and I realize we've answered
We'll be
many
back
of
up
them.
at 1 o'clock.
So
Court TV will be.
thank you, everyone. It's like I said, been a long time since we've gone live with you, Dr. John, on YouTube. For those wanting more of Dr. John, we are doing behind the scenes episodes weekly on Patreon, patreon.com/hidden-true-crime. So, but we are also going to continue, of course, to have our hidden hour here on YouTube as well, of course, and on our podcast as well. Tomorrow for Verdict Watch, everyone, I did set a live stream, and you will be sent to that live stream once this live is over, where as soon as a verdict comes down, we will start going live here at Hidden True Crime. I don't know when that's going to be, so you'll see that the live is
All right, so I'm hearing Court TV will be live again at 1 o'clock. So maybe they were having technical issues for real, and they had to edit some things out, and because they're saying it was another news station that was having the problem. So that part. Yeah. So let me get this off of here again. Hold on a minute. Sorry, y'all. So let me put this up here again, just so we know. I'm thinking they're probably taking their lunch right now. Yeah, no. Somebody did get 10 days in jail, but it was the other news station, Margaret, that did that. I was wrong too as well. It was the other local news station. Yeah, it was the local news station that they were getting their feed from, not Court TV. Court TV was doing some editing and stuff, and they were having difficulties. So Court TV, my understanding, they will be back up at 1 o'clock. That's my understanding right now. Yep. So, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, if I'm wrong, I'll try to tell y'all if I make a mistake. Yep. Court TV is doing a wonderful job. So I'm trying to keep up with all the stations and everything. So it's kind of hard to see who's doing what. But they'll be back at 1 o'clock. Right now, for those coming in, the jury has gone back to deliberate. They're trying to figure out if her sentence will be life in prison with the possibility of parole, or life in prison without parole. I personally am hoping she gets life without parole. And so that's just what we're kind of waiting on today. She was found guilty on all charges, and we're just trying to see what the sentence is going to be. Usually they do the sentence in a different setting, but in this case, they're doing it all at once. So we're hoping for life without parole, or at least I am. They're saying there was a earthquake, 2.4, if I'm reading that right, in Jackson, Tennessee. Oh my God. Okay, I know people there. Madison County. The Madison County Sheriff's Office has received multiple reports of a loud boom and buildings shaking across the county. The United States Geological Survey has now confirmed that this was the result of an earthquake in northeast Jackson, specifically the New Deal Road area. At this time, there are no reports of injuries or significant damage, but we encourage residents to check their homes and property for any structural issues. So that just came out. Yep. Jackson County, Tennessee. Madison County. Right. I'll be right back. I think Court TV's back up. Let me try to find it. Hold on a minute.
up and then try to convince America that she's the victim
Okay,
here.
I think they're just-
Chase Brown,
I think they're
harkening
just
back to your time
recapping.
as a prosecutor,
Hold on a minute.
when you have the defense really
I'm gonna add
point
somebody
to a
something. Hold on a minute.
specific theory, as they've done here with sudden infant death syndrome, it makes your job a little harder, doesn't it, when you've got to not only prove the case, but then refute
Let me find
what
out
they've
something.
put forward. Do you think that this prosecution team has done enough to put to bed in the jury's mind the idea that baby Evelyn couldn't have died from SIDS?
I definitely think they have. They are disproving, in a way, all of the other all of the other suspects that the defense is going to throw at them. The judge is always going to give an instruction that that the defense doesn't have to prove anything, but the jury is always going to want some sort of explanation and you know, rule out other people, because they're always going to wonder, well, if she didn't do it, then who did? And the prosecution did a great job of showing that really she is the only one responsible. They showed that all these other people the defense are going to throw out there are not the ones who did it. So they did a good job in ruling out other people, which they don't necessarily have to do, but it's definitely a great strategy, and it was effective.
Chase, thank you for that. So now here we are, we're at the 3-hour mark officially. John Phillips, if you had to predict which way the jury's going to go, what would you say?
Guilty. You know, it's that room. My first job was law clerk for a judge, and I got to be in that room
I
sometimes.
think this is from yesterday.
You know, I'd take
the
out the
recap.
trash or get drinks, and I'd get to hear little nuggets. And you never, like, we want to put our common sense and what we think they're doing, and you never quite know what they're doing. You got 6 or 12 random people thrown together, and they've watched this trial, and some were paying attention and some weren't. But again, you know, jurors are good at spotting liars. And even though she didn't testify, she didn't have to testify. You know, they can see from the buildup of her case, despite her attorney's passionate, you know, storytelling, that something happened to Evelyn, and it's ultimately a mom's responsibility to fight for their child. And here, that didn't happen.
Right, sharp points. John, thank you for that. The jury going through 20 counts. So just as a reminder, they've got a lot to go through on the verdict form. Chase Brown, would you give us your prediction for this case, please?
I tend to agree as guilty also. There's a lot of, I would say, circumstantial evidence, but it always comes back to common sense and what really makes sense here. And I think that a huge part for the case is the fact that there was a lot of lying. The stories kept changing, and you know, Megan couldn't give a straight story, and the jury's really going to take that into account, and they're going to say, if she really didn't do this, she would have just said right away and given one theory, but she keeps changing her story. So it doesn't make sense for her to keep changing her story, and I think the common sense is going to ultimately prevail to that guilty verdict.
I think you're right. Attorneys Chase Brown and John Phillips, so glad we have you both on the program this hour. Stand by for more cues, please. We're going to hit our first break. Go refill that coffee, my friends. Here's what's coming up on Opening Statements.
It is our sincere hope and prayer that Brad will find the compassion and courage to end his family's suffering.
Hey, what?
By cooperating with the authorities to help us find his wife.
And he never cooperated, but he did land himself behind bars. Brad Simpson in court on Wednesday. His wife, Suzanne, still missing. We're talking about what comes next in his case. Plus, closing arguments happening today in the trial for rapper A$AP Rocky. Will Riri be...
Say what? Oh my God. Why was she arrested? Why was she arrested, y'all? Miss Grace. What the hell? I had to stop that for a minute. So Angela Boswell was arrested this morning after she got off the stand and left the courthouse. Hell, they might as well not even let her out of the courthouse. I told y'all she was higher than a damn kite. Outstanding warrants. Lord have mercy. What kind of warrants? Well, she get to see her daughter maybe and give her some hugs. Hugs and kisses. Ooh, can I hug my mama? No, I'll just wait till she gets in there with you tonight, honey. I'm sorry. I know this is not funny, but it is. Oh my God. Mm-mm. Why would you go to the, why would you go to, why would you, listen, you know what they do here? You know what they do here? I'm going to give y'all some free advice. I'm going to give y'all some free advice, honey. I was eating me some crackers. When they say, ring, ring, I'm just going to give y'all some free advice because I don't know if they do that in y'all's states, but they do it here. Don't fall for it. They go, ring, ring. Hello. Yeah, so-and-so. Yeah. This is what you call y'all greedy motherfuckers. Always want a free ride. Y'all always want a free ride. They go, Miss Grace probably heard about this up there too. It's a ring, ring. Hello. Oh, Mr. Smith? Yes. I need you to come down here to the Bay County Sheriff's Office. You just won a so-and-so and so-and-so, and you need to pick it up. We had a raffle this morning. I'll be down there in 5 minutes, honey. And then they have them little cuffs waiting on you when you get there. Oh my God. I have seen it time and time and time again. They do. They do. We just had this raffle and you won this TV. And they be running down there, honey, thinking they're going to be selling it for drugs or, oh my God. Or we just got you these concert tickets, but you got to pick them up at the sheriff's department. We just got you a $50 gas card. Come down here and pick it up, honey, at the sheriff's department. What time are you going to be here? Oh my God. That's what you call pure greed, honey. Oh God. Thank you, Gigi, for life, for becoming a new member. Oh God. Thank you for joining the Smiley Squad. Hello, 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 honey. Love you, love you. Thank you very much. Just like Megan took that phone. Now, who's going to take a phone from the police? I don't want that phone. What you giving me a phone for? Honey, I don't want your phone. You must be cray-cray. You are crazy. I'll just take it. Okay, I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. Got out that door. Be ditching it in your parking lot, honey. We ain't taking no phones. We ain't taking no phones. Are you joking? But you know what Miss Megan thought? Miss Megan thought That hot dude is going to call me. That hot cop. Ooh, he a hot cop. He a hot cop, honey. And then she tramped back in there talking about, no, I just thought I'd come see you again on voluntary because I ain't got no phone calls or nothing on that phone. I ain't got no phone calls. I ain't got no phone calls or nothing on that phone, Mr. Hottie. Mr. Hottie. Mr. Hottie Trotty. Well, what about my lawyer? Do you want a lawyer? No, honey, I don't want a lawyer. No, I'm just asking. Do you want to leave now? I don't have nothing else to ask you. No. I don't want to go nowhere. I don't want to go nowhere. Don't want to go with. No. I go home with you if I could. That's about what she's doing. Why ain't this phone ring? Why ain't this phone ring? Because you at the police station, dum-dum. We set you up. Morons. I say morons. Oh, Lord. Hey, do you want me to walk you out the back or the side door just so that news crew won't bother you? You know? Yeah, I don't want anybody to bother me. I don't want to be on the news. Could you please, Mr. Hottie? Mr. Hot Cop? Sure. Bye. See you next time when you come on in here. Hey, John, where's Megan? Be by the window. She's over there with Ansley Daniels giving a whole bull. What is wrong with these people? Knowing the whole freaking time her child is upside down in a trash can. That she did. She did. She wanted attention. The only way Mr. Scotty kept her off of that stand was he himself thought he was hot shit and had a slam dunk case. Don't get overconfident, people. Sometimes that overconfidence will come back to bite you in the butt. It just will. Just saying. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. Evelyn got her justice today. Evelyn got her justice. And it's still coming. Karma's still coming. And guess what? Her mama, Angela, got up there and lied on that stand higher than a kite. And karma is still coming back to her, in my opinion. Yeah, and Tennessee's saying, flag, who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Yeah, it's a family tradition, honey. They locking them all up today. They was saving the best for last. They was saving the best for last. Yeah, karma's still working. Karma is still working. Karma's still working. Well, let's see here. Let's see. Let me see. I have got to put her freaking, that was 27 minutes ago. I got her picture here somewhere. I know I took her picture. No, that was the grandmother. Start over. Here she is. Let me get her good face picture. Alert, alert. Let's alert. Alert. Good Lord. Oh, man. What next? What next? Let's see. Roxy, who's saying it? What's saying? They are saying she's not getting live. They say she will get out when she's 69. Who's saying that, Roxy? Where's it at? Where's it at? Have they already made a decision? I'm not seeing it. Where's it at? Oh, Lord. Hold on. Trevor said Angela Boswell was arrested upon leaving the courthouse today for some outstanding warrants. I think he said a true family reunion is occurring right in front of our eyes. Oh my God, that was funny. I'm sorry, that was funny. I am sorry, that was funny. Are they placing bets? I don't know, man. Are they placing bets? Let's see. Somebody said, I'm just going to read the chat. Somebody said, for what? What did I miss for what? Somebody else said, outstanding warrants. Well, at least it's something. And then somebody said, maybe the one motherly thing she did for Megan Boswell. I don't like to say her name. They put MB. Was showing up to testify knowing that she's going to be arrested immediately afterwards. Maybe maybe Mr. Scott told her, no, you ain't going to be arrested, honey. No. Maybe they promised her to come, please testify for Megan. Honey, they ain't going to do nothing to you. We'll protect you. Maybe that's why she had to get her last high. Even she wasn't going for that. She wasn't sure. And they let her, the best part of it is, yeah, surprise. The best part of it is they let her get out of the courthouse. And you know, when you do something you know you're not supposed to do and you get out, I bet she got out and she said, whew. What a relief it was. Flop, flop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. And then they come knocking. She probably had that little, and then they knocked on that window. Angel, get out. Let me read you your rights, honey. And Mr. Scott, to think he said, we ain't trying to embarrass you. Isn't that what he said? We ain't trying to embarrass you. Well, he told the truth about that. At least they didn't arrest her in the courtroom, right? At least they didn't arrest her in there. I don't think that lady could have been embarrassed any way you put it, you know. I really don't. Yeah, at least it's lunchtime. She'll get either a bologna sandwich or a peanut butter and jelly. She's got trust issues now. Oh my God. I don't know. Well, they got the cameraman, they got Mama Boswell. She knew they had warrants, honey. She had to know they had warrants. The attorney knew, Miss Grace. I guarantee you the attorney knew. He was the one pushing. She had such a bad home life, and you know, her parents had been in and out of jail, and you know, they had to know. Yeah, that circus definitely is in town. Yeah, that's why she was crying. She wasn't crying for her daughter. Shit, she probably, I bet you can, I wonder if she even went to the jail to see her while she's been in there 5 years. Maybe a handful of times, maybe. I would really like to see the roster, how many times she has been up there to see her daughter. Because think about it. I'm sure she does still love her. That is her daughter. But hell, her daughter tried to throw her killing her own granddaughter under the bus. Throw her under the bus for killing her own granddaughter. And that's, to me, that is really crossing a line. That's going way too far. So, how many times did she really go see her in jail? I just wonder. No, you wouldn't go visit in jail if you had warrants. No, because they're going to find out right then and there. They get your driver's license when you go visit somebody in jail. You're going to be sitting there visiting, or you're going to be sitting there before you even go see the visitor before they call you back. And they'll have somebody out there to arrest your butt right then and there. If you know you have a warrant, or even if you don't know you don't have a warrant, it don't matter. You're not getting very far going to visit somebody. It's just not likely. Hey, Grandma of Minnie. Hello, thank you for being here. They probably seen her come in court and had them waiting at the door. Just let her get outside. I'm just saying. But she's got to testify. She's got to testify. We need this for Megan. Megan. It's all about Megan. Yeah, because he was, yes, Millie, because he was talking about loving Megan. Let's have compassion and love for Megan. Ugh. Okay, forever. Okay, did you send it to my email, or let me see. Let me just see where you sent it. Hold on a minute. Oh, hold on a minute. Hold on. Hold on a minute. I just got something else. Hold on. Who is this? Wait a minute. Who? I'm confused. Who's Mary Guy? Mary Louise Guy. Is that her? Is that her name? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Absolutely. Thank you for momming it up. Thank you. Hey, y'all drop momming it up's link. I just found her the other day too. Please, and she's doing Sebastian, a lot on Sebastian. Please drop her link for me. Thank you for being here, momming it up. Love you, love you. Okay, so hold on. No, this is coming from Vine Link. Is this don't tell me she got arrested too. Hold on, Mary L. Guy. Am I missing something? Who is Mary L. Guy? Mary Louise Guy. Who let me just ask this person. Well, hell, I guess I could just ask, couldn't I? Who is this? What am I missing? Y'all enlighten me. I missed something. Guy, yeah. Vine Link. Oh, the grandmother got arrested too. Hold on a minute. Did she get arrested too? The grandmother's in Vine Link. Wait a minute. Hold on. From book date February 13th. That's today at 10:34 Eastern Standard Time. Sullivan County Jail. I shit you not. I shit you not. I was just sent this. I shit you not. It's on Trevor Lee's post. Hold on a minute. Let me go to Trevor Lee. Oh, hell no. Here's the... What? What the heck is going on? Hold on. Duty to render and... No, let's see. What? That's Angela. This is Angela's. Let me see what's going on a minute. I am confused. I am confused as y'all. No, honey. Let's see. Hold on a minute. Okay, I'm reading comments on Trevor's post. Okay, because I'm very confused. Hold on a minute. That's the grandmother. Okay, hold on a minute. Hold on, we gotta get this sorted out. And Angela. Okay, hold on. Let me see about. Y'all don't take this as a. Just hold up for a minute because I'm very confused here. I'm going to Trevor's post. All right, hold on a minute. Angela Boswell was arrested. This is for violence. I think that's one. I think you're not giving us a data. Okay. That's the mother. Okay. Hold on a minute. Okay. Did they also arrest the Momo? That's probably why she was crying on the stand. They knew she messed up coming. Okay, hold on. Angela May Boswell. Okay. Screenshot that. Hold on. Angela's. All right, thank you, Jessica. The jury is still deciding, y'all, just FYI. So they are saying Grandma and Mama's both locked up. Hold on a minute. And then somebody, I'm not laughing. Somebody still asked him, well, who is Evelyn's father? What difference does that make now? I'm just telling y'all. Hold on. All right, so here's where Grandma is saying Grandma. Okay, hold on a minute. Oh, this is unreal. That's Tommy's mom. So wonder if Tommy's mom drove her up there. Oh my God. All right, Jesus Christ, Lord help. I don't know. I can't make heads or tails out of it, y'all. It's probably hard to bring a fugitive. We're just going to say that's hearsay until I hear back because I don't know. But it is on VineLink. They're both on VineLink this morning. Hold on just a minute. Just hold on. All right, Trevor said he thinks it's a different Mary. Okay, I just text Trevor. Trevor said he said, no, I don't believe so. He said he thinks it's a different Mary. Okay, so we're going to leave it at that right now. Yeah. So we think it's a different Mary. I was just fixing to call the Sullivan County Jail, I swear to God, for Trevor. Text me back and he said, no, I don't believe so. It was a different Mary. So, woo. I didn't want that little lady in jail. I just didn't. I still didn't want her in jail. Ain't no telling what you're going to have to find out around here. I'm just saying. We want facts around here now. But I can see how that can be misconstrued, honey. I can see. Yeah, Miss Grace said, stay safe, Trev. Mimi Jean said, I'm eating my bologna sandwich right now. Honey, I had some cheese and crackers. I ain't had time to figure out what I'm going to eat yet. And Kiki's over there singing. Her and Tina. Lord. They are, but right now, Trevor said he believes it's a whole different Mary. So we're just going to go with that right now. I don't think it was the grandmother. Lord, I don't even know what's going on. Y'all don't get me calling, starting to call people because, honey, I want to know these things, but I'm trying to be calm. I just want to be calm. Because at first I was like, who is Mary? Because they call her Oh Mama. Ain't that right? Oh, what's her name? Lord have mercy. I can't even keep it straight. Yeah, she probably weighed, I don't know. I don't even want to guess her weight. I'm going to leave people's weight out of this one. My nerves are shot, y'all. Gigi said, I'm doing the dishes listening. Yeah, Trev, don't get arrested, whatever you do, honey. We got the cameraman. Miss Grace said, Edgar, where are you? Smiley is calm. Oh, yeah, they call her Oh Mommy. Oh Mommy. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Mommy. I didn't want Oh Mommy to get arrested, though. I didn't. Now, who is this calling from 251? Who is 251? Alabama? Let me answer this just in case. Just in case. They don't know how to say nothing when they call. Amelia bail you out. It's not you, Bama Cat. I know, it's probably a spam call. Yeah, they're too busy arresting people. They need to get to work. And I said, you said I'm still not dressed yet. It's been a heck of a morning. I knew something would be happening this morning, but I just didn't know what. I thought they would be addressing the judge because he called out the jurors' names yesterday. I thought Mr. Scott would catch that and sleep on it and then come in with a bunch of crap this morning. Every time I say Angela, you think I'm yelling at you. Angela! Oh, Lord. Hey, Angela! Stop what you're doing and get back to Smiley's chat. I'm just kidding. Just okay. My email. Let me put it in here for you. I think I can do it. I think I can. I think I can. Oh no, shit. Well, I'll type it on here. This one. Making sure I got it right. Yep, that's right. Smiley story to you at Comcast at yahoo.com. Yeah, he did. He named 3 of them actually yesterday. He should get 10 days in jail. I have 6 hours left of driving. I'll be listening again, but I won't. Okay, that's fine. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Sometimes we all need just to lighten the mood a little bit. Now that we at least know she's found guilty on all the charges, we can lighten up a little bit, a little bit. I know some of this is hard on everybody, and what we've seen these last 7 days, it's been horrible. And what we've heard, and I know these are not, there's nothing funny about this, but now that she's been convicted, at least while they're on break or whatever, they're trying to figure out what they're doing or going to do with her, at least we can try to keep each other company with a laugh or two. That's all, because this was a very hard thing to swallow and see, and these other cases we do, oh man, hard. I got another hard one coming up. Talked about it last night. I wanted to do it last night, but I took a nap after the live yesterday because I was just wore out. I didn't even go in nowhere. I usually go in Justin's or whatever. I didn't go anywhere. I just went to sleep. Sometimes you got to do that too. Just rewind. Too much is too much sometimes. But, you just got to do what you got to do. But it's okay. It's okay if you're waiting. I mean, you can laugh and, lighten up a little bit. Talk amongst yourselves, and it's okay. I know, Roxy D. Oh my God. And even me and you talked on Messenger and stuff. It's hard. All of these cases are hard. You got it and did your grocery order at 5 o'clock this morning. Bless your heart. Yeah. Yes, she got found guilty on all charges, Michelle. Excuse me. And then they're doing sentencing today. They're not going to put it off like they normally do. I don't know what they call normal up there, but they're having they're having I got sidetracked. It was something about General Hospital. Y'all know I'm a General Hospital fan, honey. They talking about canceling General Hospital. They need to stop that right now. Stop it. Anyway, sorry. Back to the story. That caught my eye. They are. What was I even talking about? Hell, I don't even know now. That's got me upset. I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know what I was talking about. Let's see. I don't know, y'all. It wasn't that important. Oh yeah, she had 20 charges. One was dropped. She was found guilty of all of those. Wow. And okay, I'll check it. And they're, trying to see if she gets life with parole or without parole. That's what they're doing now. All right, let me check my email, not yours, mine, my email, mine. Just kidding. I haven't got anything yet. Let's see. Haven't got anything yet. Let's see. I'm looking at my spam too. I hadn't got anything yet. Let me turn it off and turn it back on. Sometimes I have to do that. I know, Margaret, I've been watching General Hospital for years. Caught my attention. I'm like, what? Don't tell me that. Oh, it was. It was so pretty. Laura was a beautiful, beautiful bride. All right, let's see. All right, let's see. Come on. Still not in here. Let me go back under spam. I'm not showing it. What would it be under? You did Smiley Story, the number 2, you at yahoo.com? Because I'm not seeing it. It will be when they come back on, Mike. They allowed Court TV back on, or they allowed cameras back in there. But in the meantime, since you've been gone, they did put the cameraman in jail for 10 days. They put Megan Boswell's mom in jail for 10 days. According to them, supposedly for outstanding warrants after she got out of the courthouse. I think she was higher than hell when she was up there on that stand, in my opinion. Yeah, so that happened. All that happened. Man, could you imagine? I know, I think we all need some laughs today. But I still haven't got no email. Where is my email going? Oh, here it is. Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. Rick Frack. Hold on. Look at my spam. It went to my spam. Okay, so they got Angela Boswell in custody, Sullivan County Jail, February 13th. Angela May Boswell. Let me see the other one. Hold on. Okay, so her duty to render and give information, I guess, from 2024, November 27th was one of her charges. And driving on a suspended license. I wonder if she was driving on a suspended license today. Because these are from her warrants from back in 2024. Hold on. Yeah, absolutely. Hawkins County needs to take a class from Sullivan County, in my opinion, as well. Let's see. Yep, still waiting. She should know she had a warrant. She knows, she knows what she did. She should have a pretty good idea. Sometimes you don't always know you have a warrant, though, but you should know. You should know. Yeah, and I put a picture of her up. It will shock you if you didn't see her on the stand. She looked horrible. She looked really bad. There's just no words. And you can't convince me. She was higher than a kite. Yeah, I think it will be today too. That's just my opinion. I may be wrong. She had so many dark circles under her eyes. Oh, it was bad. And she was fidgeting. Oh my God. That's not funny. I hope you're okay. Oh, look, it is statistics. Look, people die in the shower all the time. You better be careful. Seriously, you gotta be careful. I was just doing the jingle and you talking about falling in the shower. That's what I'm laughing at. Be careful in that shower. Yeah, she was definitely on something. Girl, it ain't gonna be funny if you fall and bump your noggin. My gosh. Good afternoon, Black Skies. Glad you're here. Glad everybody's here. Yeah. Just wonder if she wasn't doing this. Oh, God. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, but why does anybody want to live like that? It might make you feel good. I don't even know. 5, 10, 30 minutes. I don't know. But why in the hell do you want to live like that? I'm just wondering. I'm just asking. Well, you can't have fun if you ain't high. How do you know? Have you ever been straight? I'm just wondering. You can't go anywhere and do anything unless you're drinking. Have you ever been sober? Do you know? Sure you can. And look how much money you save. Look how many teeth you save. Look how many crates in your face you don't get. I'm just saying. And then why would you want to go through with getting well when you decide to get well and going through all that jonesing and all that? and diarrhea and why? I'm just asking. Yeah, and you never know what's in it today. They put some, look, even in the weed, man, they're putting the F in the weed and everything. They're putting all kinds of stuff in everything. Man, they're even making candy, stuff that looks like candy, and these little kids can get a hold of it. Everything. You know what, Graham? Gam? You know what? That could have been a plan as well. You never, ever, ever know, honey. I don't know if court's back or not. Let's see. Why don't we see? Looks like they might be getting ready to come back. Hold on. I wonder if they'll explain to everybody that the mother has been incarcerated. All right, let's see. Oh, I just hit the freaking thing. Hold on a minute. Okay, they're still on break. It is. Hey, Dark Side Crime. It is such a sad case, isn't it? Thank you forever, Nikki's mom. Love you. It's back on. Well, why is it doing that number? Hold on. Oh. I see him walking around. He's walking around in there, but it still says they're on a short break. No, I'm here. I'm trying to get the right one up. Yeah, I'm here. I had to go in my mail. Are y'all seeing the same thing I am? I see the judge walking around. That's what I'm getting. Hold on. That's exactly what I'm getting. Oh, there was a jury question? Oh, so they went back on break. Is that what it is? Did they go back on break? So they came back, and that's why he was walking around, and then they went back on break? Or they're not ready yet, right? Cassie. No, because I'm here. In fact, I haven't got coffee. I need to get some coffee. I need to take my medicine. Janice says, I'm ready to go home so I can get some rest. Oh, get you some rest, Janice. Jamie said, someone said they were waiting on the judge to read the sentence. Okay, so they're still on a short break, right? So then I'm not going crazy. Okay. As long as I'm not going crazy. What y'all gonna do when I go crazy? Just kidding. That's what I ask my family all the time. What y'all gonna do when I go crazy, honey? Hold on a minute. Hold on. Okay, never mind. All right, there we go. They went again and cut it again. Okay. Again? Was this just again 2 jurors were on camera again, or was that earlier? Because the camera guy got put in jail for that earlier. Yeah, I think it was over Hunter too. I think it was over. She thought she was going to live high on his dime. He didn't want, Megan Evelyn or any kids, and then she tried to steal and trap him with a fake baby. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah. I think they've fixed the cameras now, so you can't, see anything. One of the cameramen, they wasn't with Court TV, they was with another local station. Thank you, Miss Grace. You are too. Oh, and Roxy, you might not have been in here. Her mom, Megan Boswell's mom, Angela, got arrested too after she left the courthouse for outstanding warrants. She come in there high as a kite, so I don't know if you missed that or not. Hey, Tam here. Oh, thank you, Black Skies. Oh, I'm glad, Janice. I know she'll be glad to get there. Thank you, Cecilia. Oh, they were seen while walking. My God. Well, everything's not perfect in a perfect world, is it? And this world is not perfect. Everything can't be perfect. It's not a perfect world, is what I meant to say. I guess you always take that chance when there's cameras around. Yeah, Judge is not in jail so far, right, Miss Grace? You're welcome, Cassie. Thank you for being here. Maybe if he had rearranged the cameras 2 days ago, we wouldn't have seen, or I wouldn't have seen his little flask or whatever it was. He got up and twisted it off and took a swig and put it down. Because it's there. Lord have mercy. They kill me walking around. And then how the judge is already out there and then they say, please rise. Usually they don't do that until the judge comes in the courtroom. Then they say, please rise. It's a show of respect. But the judge is already out there walking around, pulling up his drawers and his robe and tucking his shirt in and walking around. And then he'll go up there and sit down and stand up, please rise. And he'll rise too. It's like, what is going on? You can't make this stuff up. Yeah. Yeah, they said it will last 3 weeks in the beginning, 2 weeks. If they keep on playing around like this, even after she's been convicted, it's going to be 2 weeks by the time they tie all of their shoes. And I ain't talking about the jury. I'm talking about all the sidebars and the tying shoes and the Milky Way bars and the whatever it is they're doing. Yeah, they were extremely slow. I don't think they had all their, and I think most of it was the prosecutors. I don't think they had all their stuff together, to be honest. Although they won, they need to sit back and watch this and learn from it, you know. Yeah, it was Cecilia. You're never too smart to learn, so they need to sit back and learn from it. There's a few things they could all learn from this. Miss Grace said he was probably back with a woman. Oh my God. Lord, nothing wouldn't surprise me. Burton Staggs wrote, Evelyn Boswell may be gone, but we live on through Evelyn's Law. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee signed Evelyn's Law on April 16 following unanimous approval by the State House of Senate. The bill is named for Evelyn Boswell, a Tennessee toddler who remains were located in March 2020, leading to her mother being charged with murder. Evelyn's Law is sponsored by John Crawford and Senior John Lunsberg, and seeks to increase penalties for parents and or guardians who do not report their children missing within 48 hours. The bill considers failure to report while demonstrating a reckless disregard for the safety of minors to be a Class A misdemeanor. It carries a jail sentence up to 11 months and 29 days and a fine of $2,500 or both. And then it has, of course, her little photo. Thank you for that. I'm going to put it on YouTube as well. Uh-oh. Here we go.
Mr. Scott, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
We need to bring the defendant in.
Because we're prepared with 2 witnesses right now. We have a witness still on the way.
Oh my God, this is okay. Why are we on
You said
this?
to go first, and then
I don't think it's going to help much.
This is the wrong one.
We're going to draw it out.
This is the wrong one, y'all. Shit, this is the wrong one. Hold on. What is going on? Why? Hold on, y'all. Why is the wrong one up from this link? Just a minute, y'all. We'll go back and watch it all. Hold on. Sorry. Is that why the feed was cut, because they filmed a juror again? Somebody came in earlier and said, see, I don't see them at all on here. I don't see them at all. Okay, let me check something out. Where are you getting sentencing May 23rd at 1:30, Polly Pepper? Oh, News 5 had it. Let me check something out. Okay, so yeah, I don't see any of them on live. Okay, Trevor typed this in. The jury has recommended life with parole for 3 murder charges. The sentencing will happen May 22nd. Count 4 through 20 will have sentences as well. The jury recommended life with parole. All right, so May 22nd, the judge will sentence her. So will the 4 through 20, I'm just asking, will the 4 through 20 be added to the 3 murder charges? Yeah, she would be 69, but would the 4 through 20 be added on top of that? I guess it would depend on how the judge, if he stacked them. Oh, it could be. Yeah, it could be. Okay, Grace said 4 through 20 could be with or without, if not concurrent. Okay, that's what I'm wondering. That's going to be up to the judge, right, Grace? That will be up to the judge. Okay. That's okay. So that's where she could actually get a little more higher time, right? Okay. Okay. Well, at least maybe we can hope for that, because they got to take into consideration she's going to get that 5 years no matter what. And then it's what, 85%? Well, the jury still said all 3 life sentences. Yeah. Yeah. You know, she got out when she's 69. Maybe. No, I'm saying, no. He didn't say that. I'm saying Tennessee is 85% on good behavior, right? Or am I wrong on that? Or time served? I will. I'm gonna look for it just a second. AC. WCYB. Okay, hold on. All right, hold on. Yeah, we can still rewind it. Hold on a minute.
This for sentencing hearing where we'll deal with merger, other issues, as well as sentencing in counts 4 through 20. Does she waive the 45 days, Mr. Scott?
She does.
Sure got some experience.
Sentencing in this case for May the 8th.
Judge, that is not good for me. I have a murder trial at Carter County the very next month. It's not good.
May the 16th.
I expect the Carter County murder trial. We've got 2 weeks blocked off.
May the 23rd.
Yes, sir, I'll be here.
Sentencing will be held May 23rd. Pre-sentence report needs to be filed no later than April the 15th.
Judge, you have May the 22nd. This isn't 23rd.
I do.
We'll hear more from Judge Jim Goodwin once the jury is out of the courtroom there. We'll continue to watch and listen back in at this point.
All right. Ms. Boswell, in count 1, the jury of your peers having set your punishment, you'll be sentenced to life imprisonment. In count 2, you'll be sentenced to life imprisonment. In count 3, you'll be sentenced to life imprisonment. We'll have to set this for sentencing hearing where we'll deal with merger, other issues, as well as sentencing in counts 4 through 20. Does she waive the 45 days, Mr. Scott?
She does.
I didn't either. I didn't hear nothing about parole.
Sentencing in this case for May the 8th.
Judge, that is not good for me. I have a murder trial at Carter County the very next month. It's not good.
May the 16th.
I expect the Carter County murder trial. We've got 2 weeks blocked off.
May the 23rd.
Yes, sir, I'll be here.
Sentencing will be held May 23rd. Pre-sentence report needs to be filed no later than April the 15th.
Judge, you have May the 22nd. This isn't 23rd.
I do.
Will you say it?
We can.
Thank you.
That good with the state?
Yes, Judge.
All right, May 22nd. We'll say at 1:30.
Yes.
At 1:30 p.m. Report by the Department of Corrections be filed no later than April the 15th. All right. Anything else we need to take up?
Nothing else.
Mr. Horn?
Yes, Judge. I think from this point going forward, since Mr. Scotland's primary counsel in this case, I would make an oral motion to be relieved as co-counsel on behalf of Megan Boswell going forward.
You'll be relieved. You were appearing as co-counsel pro bono.
Yes, Your Honor.
The court thanks you for your service.
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Court will be recessed till Tuesday at 8:30 a.m. for the next trial.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, there we see the feed stopping there out of the criminal courtroom there. 3 counts of life, 3 life sentences, basically what the jury is recommending on those first 3 charges for the first-degree murder, felony murder, and second felony murder charge there. That would be life, we would understand, with the possibility of parole.
Yes, he has to serve a full 51 years before she'd be eligible for parole. If you count the 5 years, which we will count the 5 years she has already served, so she would be 69 years of age before she would be eligible to get out of jail. Now, that is the recommendation from the jury. The official sentencing will happen May 22nd at 1:30.
And that has to come from the judge. Then we also have to count the counts 4 through 20, the other charges that she was convicted of this morning as well. There will be sentencing that will come with those, and
along with fines,
and all of that will come together on that the May 22nd date there. So, but that is the recommendation from the jury, is the life in prison is what they've recommended for Megan Boswell.
So she will be eligible for parole, is what we're learning. We will have much more coverage on the Megan Boswell verdict and the sentencing coming up on News 5, and of course online and on all our outlets.
All of our digital platforms as well. You have all of our coverage as well throughout this trial. But Megan Boswell found guilty on all 19 charges, and today he's sentenced with 3 life sentences. They're recommended, I should say, by the jury. We'll return you back to regular programming and have complete coverage of this beginning here today at 5 on News 5 and, of course, online as well.
This is a News 5
Megan
special
lost
report.
life after the 420. They still got to go through with those. So we will see. We will see. But we know that she's got life. So we'll see. We'll see. Just can't get away with that, y'all. Just can't. And baby, Megan did not deserve that. She did not deserve that. I appreciate you all, everyone, for being here and helping me this morning. We were here early this morning, and you know, we'll come back in May and watch this, and we'll watch some updates on it and stuff like that, and see what we hear. Thank you for hanging out with us the last couple of weeks as well, and appreciate all of your hard work. Appreciate everyone here being here, everyone that's been in the bushes, everyone, you know, just coming in saying hi, hello, watching it, hanging out. Just thank you for your support. Thank you for being here for these kids. Thank you for being here for me. Thank you for everything you've done. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you all. And I will see you out here again in the streets. Just I hope y'all have a wonderful day. Don't take anything or anyone for granted. If you can help someone, help someone. You just never know what a kind word or a smile will do. Thank you all. Y'all have a great day. See you later. Bye.